Kia ora, it's 1 minute after 10. Apologies for lateness. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for Tuesday, the 30th of August. Welcome to elected colleagues and staff, to those joining us in the public gallery and on the media benches. We have three submissions before us in the public forum. The first, in the name of Mandy Mayhem Bullock, welcome. Mandy's. Some speakers require more instruction than others, but the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Morena, Your Worship. Thank you, everybody, for letting me speak here today. I'd just like to talk about my experience of booking the Octagon for arts and music events. In 2019, I established Heartcore to showcase and create opportunities for the arts and cultural community, providing events and entertainment, promoting a sense of value in the arts, promoting our local entertainment, and also creating an inclusive, welcoming environment. So starting on the July with our Kate Bush red dress flash mob, globally synchronised event, I followed with 20 acts on the Macmillan Pavilion, the stage area, mainly solo and semi-acoustic. I wrote a letter to all of the occupants of the Octagon, which turned out to be about 100 businesses in all of the buildings surrounding the area, acknowledging that the Octagon space can act as an echo chamber, but that I was aiming to bring ambience and low volume, vibrant Friday vibe. It took me 4 hours to do that, visit each of those premises. There were a few issues with me repeatedly booking the space, so there was a round-the-table department meeting to deal with the multiple bookings. Now there's an online booking system. I'd like to claim that there is a button that you can push for multiple bookings, and I think that I might have created that. And a 20-page contract that was largely irrelevant. It was about if I was going to have food trucks and move bollards or close the carriageway and things. There was a key given to me to have and to hold so that I could get into the power, and then I was told if I lost it, it would be a $200 bond, and then I had to give the key back and then sign for the key in and out every time. And now at booking number 30, this is still an issue when I go to the desk downstairs and ask for a key each week. There's a little bit of trepidation as to whether the Octagon key will be there for me. The worst things that have happened, and I see these as opportunities going forward, a security guy turned up and was particularly rude to me and the artist performing, saying that we weren't allowed to be there, that there were no scheduled buskers. And I pointed out that we weren't busking, we were actually a scheduled performance because I had the key and we were accessing the power. But this was a dispute between the security guy and I, which I followed up with the security person's boss, and I realised it was just a conversation that hadn't been had across departments, and there was no acknowledgement or apology about that. The booking system changed and charges were added. I managed to get a waiver initially because I'd already had this booking. But going forward, every time I used the Octagon after that, for the flash mob event, I had to write a health and safety plan. And that was fine. I was happy to, every step of the way, jump through hoops. And there was a high level of interest, heaps of artists, bands, individuals, all lining up, happy to perform for peanuts, just to be gigging and performing in the Octagon. I applied for funding initially to pay the artist, and I got a grant from DCC. It was $1,000, so I could pay each artist $50. Kindly, Luke from Brand Aid gifted me the Heartcore logo, supporting me. Then it became $65 after that to book the Octagon, whether I was booking it for 10 minutes or the whole day. There was just a flat rate. I guess that's administration. So then I scaled back the number of things I was doing to only the red dress flash mob, because on top of the booking fee, I pay for posters and advertising and promotion. And that's a fundraiser for Weka mental health that I do each year. The whole global event is for charity. Because of COVID, anyway, the last few years have been tricky. And this time I was concerned with my booking. The booking had been confirmed, but I hadn't had an invoice to pay. And so I queried where my invoice was, and staff told me it was free to book the Octagon now. And I was like, hallelujah, that's fantastic. I'm going to make a whole lot of lunchtime bookings again. And I went and collected the key for the Octagon event, and I queried that it was a tiny little small key. And I should have gone and checked what that key unlocked, because lo and behold, Saturday morning when I went to unlock the power, it wasn't the right key. Luckily, my speaker system is Bluetooth, and it is a flash mob event, so we could have just turned up and done it, but I like to go through the process and all the right steps. But I had the TV, the media, a celebrity singer, lots of things going on, and it could have been a disaster, as you can imagine. So I used this...
That is your 5 minutes if you could wrap up.
Oh, it's a truly accessible event, and I always do it in the lower Octagon as opposed to the Wiley Moors, because I want people to be able to roll in, roll out. But I'd like to mention that some of the bricks are loose, cracked, broken. It's meant to be our one accessible space in the city, and it isn't really yet. So I'm still waiting for my schedule downstairs. I just sign on a scrap of paper each week because I don't think there's a conversation between departments.
Thanks. You happy to take
Thank
questions?
you, Your Worship.
Yeah,
Yes, I'll answer your questions. Thanks.
So aside from the administrative issues that obviously are being addressed or that you've drawn attention to...
Opportunities, I see them.
Right at the end of your comments, you talk about the physical state of the paving in the Octagon. Are you advocating for attention to improvements to repair and upgrade that area?
I'm hoping that in our urban scape plans that we are truly making things accessible and safe for people. I forgot to mention the Macmillan Pavilion is also leaking like a sieve. I think the canopy's perished, and I'd always book the stage because it's a safe option in Dunedin elements, but it's not weatherproof at all.
So once we're finished with George Street
Yes.
and other city areas, you'd be advocating for similar treatments for the core of the city?
Absolutely. You'll see that I think the crushed pavers directly correlate to where the bollards get removed for vehicles to travel in and out, and it's probably when there's stalls and food trucks there that vehicle pressure has loosened the bricks. And
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
The power issue in the canopied area, upper Octagon, is that, do you think, primarily a safety concern from council? Do you understand that it does have an earth leakage detector on it so that it's almost entirely safe whatever happens anyway?
I wasn't saying there was an issue with the power, just that my artists get wet when it's raining because the canopy leaks.
Ah, right. Do you think
the power, you test and reset it, it has got its own circuit breaker.
Right. Do you think there's any real reason why the power just shouldn't be available every lunchtime anyway?
Wouldn't that be amazing if there was music or DJs? It would be really simple. I would love to set up to a point where it wasn't me that came and got the key, but just an artist could pop in, pick up the key, plug in their little amp, and I wouldn't have to travel in to... All I do is unlock the power and say, I brought a microphone stand for you to use. So there's no reason why... And I try to promote this to people, that I'd help them write a health and safety plan or they could use Hartcore's health and safety plan for us to have music all the time. I just love it that for 5 minutes there's some vibrant space.
And finally, is the upper Octagon oversubscribed? Are there a lot of people competing for that space at lunch times when you want to do these things?
Oh, I didn't actually mention the number of times it was double booked. So there were 3 occasions where there was strike and protest action, and my artists were bumped, even though we were booked, we were bumped. So a couple of times we did get to engage with the group and tag ourselves onto that. But just the other day, there was a lovely lay preacher when I arrived. My artist, Carla Knudsen, was having a standoff with this guy that was showing on his phone. He'd booked the carriageway, which I suggested he could just go across the road to the covered carriageway. He didn't want to get off the stage. He was amplified with a little portable mic and battery pack, which I thought buskers weren't allowed to do. And he was lecturing Carla that music and singing would not fill the void. And yeah, she was a little harassed when I arrived. But I did come straight over to the downstairs desk. Someone came down straight over to the Octagon, escorted the gentleman across the road. So that was dealt with quite promptly. But I do think that, yeah, I don't think departments talk to each other, like the buskers versus booked space.
Right, but my
bookings are
question
through
really
sports
was, is every lunchtime basically almost regularly booked, or is it quite often not booked at all?
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Okay.
I think Friday is probably a bad day to choose. That might be a popular day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mandy, for your time and for your presentation. Mr. Churchill.
My pleasure, thank you.
Morning, sir.
Councillors?
The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Very good. Better put my glasses on. As you know, I have been looking into the 40 Ks on the Portobello and Harrington Point roads. I have been dealing with Andrew Wiley and Waka Kotahi, both on the phone and emails, and something doesn't add up. When I bring things up, I keep getting told, go back to this big document. But I want to prove that the document is not worthwhile. And that is why I've been going to other people to see if it stands up to scrutiny against what I am being told and statistics. I keep getting told that Waka Kotahi have a lot to do with this, but that is not what I have found out. In a phone call, it was made clear to me that Waka Kotahi has nothing to do with the decisions on council roads. I also got an email from Waka Kotahi explaining that they have nothing to do with the speed limits on council roads, as they are solely up to the council and people responsible. And that email says, Waka Kotahi Transport is responsible for maintaining state highways, and all other roads are the responsibility of local controlling authorities, usually your local council. The roads I mentioned are not state highways, and I will need to contact my local council to discuss this further, and that's why I'm here now. In my view, nothing stacks up, because when the survey was done, the majority were for not changing the speed limits for the whole 50 Ks. But in talking to Waka Kotahi, they can ignore that if there is a good reason why the speed limit should be reduced. So looking into the statistics, You can only take what has happened since the road has been finished in 2020. There have been no deaths. There have been 15 accidents, only one of those serious, the other one was minor, and all the other were non-injury, which show there is nothing that stands out requiring the 40 k's to run over the whole 50k area. In the document it states very clearly the townships, the township of McAndrew Bay, the township of Broad Bay, the township of Portobello and the school. And everyone agrees if 40 k's covered those areas, everything would be fine. As the road has been widened, straightened to some degree, and the cyclists and pedestrians have been separated, making the road as safe as possible to be. There is no need for 40 k's to travel the whole 50k area, as the road is capable of sustaining 50 k's. Another thing is the cruise ships are coming back shortly, and you're actually going to force them, all those buses going up and down the Bay Road, to travel at 40 k's. Doesn't make sense. I contacted Mike Lord, but he never got back to me. I contacted Simon Drew, and he said he wasn't on the committee, but when I replied and told him I have read the document and he was on the committee, he never got back to me. Andrew Wiley said he is now for the 40 k's only in the townships. I've also talked to Clive Matthew Wilson and Dog Lemon fame and has sympathy with our plight, but I said I have to get in front of the council. But now, where am I? Got lost. There is only one course of action, so I intend to take it up with the Chief Executive of the Council. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. For the sake of clarity, I can assure you that Mr. Drew wasn't the decision maker on that process. There was a panel of elected members who made recommendations to council, who then adopted them. Councillor Benson, are you happy to take questions?
Yep.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Just on that point, did you make submissions to the process about the speed bylaw changes?
No, because I never knew anything about them, and we also never knew anything about the form, the submission form that went out.
Didn't see any of the advertising of
No, there was nothing down the bay, and I've also got 1,600 people behind me, and they're the ones that have signed the petition to say that they didn't know anything about what was happening. It all just happened overnight. All of a sudden we got 40 k's on our road, because that was all held away back in 2019, and we're now in 2022.
Councillor Raddick.
Here we go. Yes, can you hear me? So 40 k's on your road, it's not 40 k all the way down though, is it?
No, just on the 50k areas. That's from...
By that, do you mean areas that were previously 50 k?
Yeah, that's right.
And what is the speed limit over most of the road?
70.
70. So are there any 50 k zones now?
No. So what I'm suggesting, that we don't put it up to 70, we keep the 50 zones to the boat shed in McAndrew Bay, and then at Porterfield Street it goes back to 50 again. You only have the 40 k's in the area that is dangerous and where all the people are.
So you're saying that there is agreement about 40 k in the particular villages?
Yep.
And 70 k on the road is okay,
Yep.
and you want a staged gradation, you want an extra speed limit of 50 k?
Well, it's already 50k, so the only thing that would change is the speed limit would go down from 50 to 40 in each of the townships.
We'll go 70, 50, 40.
Yeah.
And then 50, 70 on the other side.
Yeah.
And is 70 the highest speed
Yep.
on that whole Peninsula
Yep.
road? All right. And is everyone happy with that?
Yep.
And everyone's happy with the 40?
Yeah. But you can do 80 on the high road, which is much worse.
And so what is the wording of the petition? What is the request of the petition?
For the council to re-look at the 40 k's on the Portobello Road.
Right. So all of it rather than these certain little bits.
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you made clear to council what are the sections of road that have been put down from 50 to 40 that you'd like back up to 50 again?
I have to our local council. I've made 2 submissions to the community board and told them exactly what we should do, and they agreed.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure, are you aware that the committee actually asked that very question, whether we could take it to 50 and then actually it was 30, but then back to 50 again, so that you would only be slowing down for that very high density area? Are you aware that we asked that question and we were told no at the time?
Who told you no?
Advice from staff that was supposed to be related to Waka Kotahi's feedback. And one of the other things you may not be aware of, or are you aware of, that the reason Highcliffe Road stayed at 80 is because Waka Kotahi would not allow the committee to use 70 as an option. So when the committee was faced with speed reductions, it had to deal with either 80, 60 or 40 and could not come up with an odd numbered alternative speed because that was at that point outside Waka Kotahi rules.
So you're telling me that what I've got on this email is lies?
I'd say that what you've got in that email, well, I'm not supposed to have a debate with you, but would you maybe want to consider that what you got told was accurate but it didn't have everything in it?
Well, it was from Amy Rasmussen, and you quite often see her on telly from Waka Kotahi,
So there has been quite a lot of talk about the speed limits, especially on the lower road, and coming up with a fix for the communities. The speed limit review rules have been changed for Waka Kotahi, so they're getting to be 3 years apart soon, although we might be able to figure out how to do it yearly. Would you like the council to consider going back and looking at those under the next consultation? We'll have to do it under a consultation period. Under the next consultation period with exactly your design concept to be considered.
Yeah, well, I'd just like them to commit to doing something, because at the not the last one, the one before, or the community board meeting, they were asked if the local council could dispute this, and they were told no, they couldn't, from the person that was there from the council.
Thanks for that feedback. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill, for your presentation and for your time this morning. Finally, this morning, we have Linda Buxton. Welcome. Move that we extend the length of the public forum beyond half an hour. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Welcome, Linda. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
All right. I'll take this off. Tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I congratulate you and your staff on the proposed submission, as it recognises that no single intervention will allow us to reach smoke-free 2025. It supports evidence-based policy and shows you are progressive in your support of an unapologetically bold smoke-free plan which puts people before tobacco industry profit. I hardly need to remind you that smoked tobacco products, when used as directed, will kill about 2/3 of its customers. We've known that for a long time. So how does the tobacco industry keep their customers coming back and hook more young people to replace the long-term customers who die? The answer is nicotine. Making smoked tobacco products less appealing and addictive, which is the third dot point, number 5 of your submission, is critical. There is strong evidence that reducing the nicotine in cigarettes to very low levels will be hugely effective at reducing smoking rates, and therefore will have massive positive impact on health and well-being, especially for Māori and Pacifica. To put it into context, research indicates that population models of the impact of nicotine reduction on public health rivals the benefits of historical sanitation efforts. Most people who smoke wish they'd never started, and most people take multiple quit attempts to become smoke-free. Reducing the nicotine to very low levels in cigarettes is a game changer, and the tobacco industry know it. A quote from a British American Tobacco Company internal document from the 1950s. It illustrates why tobacco companies will be fighting against this measure. It said, to lower nicotine too much might end up destroying the nicotine habit in a large number of consumers and prevent it from ever being acquired by new smokers. Another key policy supported in your submission is limiting the number of retailers able to sell tobacco products. Fewer retail outlets selling tobacco will mean that children are much less likely to start smoking, and people who have quit will stay smoke-free. Smoking prevalence has decreased from 33% of the general population in 1983 down to about 11% in 2020. There does not appear, however, to be a decrease in retailers. There are 3 times the number of tobacco retailers located in areas of highest deprivation compared with areas of lowest deprivation. Evidence shows that retailers will not be significantly impacted, and 2 separate peer-reviewed studies in Aotearoa 1 and Otipoti support this view, and I've actually got a summary of their research if anyone's interested. So New Zealanders should no longer let the tobacco industry target youth, Māori, Pacifica and low-income communities through making tobacco readily available. Tobacco is not a normal product. You may wish to consider strengthening your submission by adding proximity to sensitive sites such as education settings, in addition to setting maximum number of retailers. So that's point 6 of your submission. It's also excellent to see the DCC support a smoke-free generation. It's simply time to stop our rangatahi being the replacement customers of the tobacco industry. The smoke-free generation focuses on the sale of tobacco, not the use of tobacco. Thus, young people will not be criminalised should they smoke. A smoke-free generation strategy will denormalise tobacco use, sending a clear message that smoked tobacco use is unsafe at any age, and avoid the rite of passage which can occur with fixed minimum age of purchase law. Aotearoa modelling suggests that the smoke-free generation strategy will actually result in halving of smoking prevalence in those aged less than 45 years within 10 to 15 years. This strategy is strongly pro-equity due to the young age structure of Māori and Pacifica populations and high smoking prevalence in these groups. I would, however, like you to consider strengthening point number 7 by incorporating vaping into the smoke-free generation measure to become known as a nicotine-free generation policy for all smoked tobacco and vaping, except, of course, when vaping is being used as a tool to stop smoking. The time for decisive action to reduce smoking rates is long overdue. We need to reduce smoking rates more rapidly, especially for our Māori and Pacifica communities, where the resulting health inequities are unacceptable. Engagement with Māori will be crucial. Over-cautious and conservative approaches to tobacco control are a win for the tobacco industry, with scaremongering about public responses to regulation intended to avoid or delay regulation. I'd like you to cast your minds back to travelling on aeroplanes when we were allowed to smoke. Smoking was banned on international flights in the mid to late 1990s, and although many at the time feared passengers would not accept this, it now seems inconceivable that we ever thought that the risks of smoking on flights were ever considered acceptable. About 500 New Zealanders die prematurely of second-hand smoke each year. I hope that we will one day look back and wonder why it took so long to hatch a plan like we have now. So thank you again for your submission.
Are you happy to take questions?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
I'm just curious about the flavour profile of nicotine. Is it an essential flavour ingredient of cigarettes or vapes?
I think that the vaping regulations a couple of years ago addressed the kind of bubblegum flavouring of vape products, and in non-specialist vape shops, we were restricting them to just 3 flavours, a tobacco flavour, mint and one other, yeah. So they've kind of tried to take the appeal of that and regulate it, but the vaping regulations aren't really strong enough, and that's why in your submission we'd actually quite like you to just strengthen the vaping bit up and talk about a nicotine-free generation.
Yeah, I see we have a discussion about making it less addictive, but surely, given that nicotine is the addictive ingredient in both vape vapes and cigarettes, and in this case of cigarette, it's the hot products of combustion that are primarily cancer causing. Surely it would be a good course of action to focus on getting rid of nicotine from both products.
From the vaping products, we would like that very much. But what we have to look at in the interim is just getting rid of tobacco smoke, because that's what we know, that 90% of lung cancers and other illnesses are caused by smoking tobacco. We would need some vaping in with some nicotine in it to help those people who are switching from tobacco to vaping, but we don't want to be left with a generation who are addicted to vaping. So we would ask that your submission looks at that nicotine-free generation, which will address that.
Councillor Houlihan.
Hi, thank you. Are you seeing increased evidence that youth are going to vape? You know, there's a lot more numbers of students vaping. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
Oh yes, the numbers are clearly showing that we have a real issue with vaping in this country now.
Yes, yeah. And what concerns have you got with vaping as far as health concerns?
Well, let's keep the Smoke-Free Action Plan right at the forefront here. The Smoke-Free Action Plan is about dealing with the tobacco industry in terms of smoking. The health inequities will be addressed largely if we can get rid of smoked tobacco in this country. Vaping is a separate issue, and of course fresh air is the only thing that's good for our lungs. We haven't had the long-term studies with vaping yet, so we're in a really different position. Although I think I said to you when I talked to you about vaping, you won't find a physician around who says that vaping is good for anyone. And there's growing evidence that vaping is not good. It's certainly less harmful than tobacco. We've really got to stay fixed and get Aotearoa to smoke-free 2025. So we need to reduce nicotine in smoke, so we need to get it out of being available everywhere. And at the same time, we need to address nicotine with vaping and have stronger regulation around our vaping.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms Buxton, thank you for your presentation and your reminders. I just had a question, I wondered if you could remind us around the role of specialist vape retailers as per point 7, and their role in people quitting smoking, because it's really easy to look at that and go, oh, you know, that's bad, but in fact they've got a role, haven't they? Could you remind us of that? So
a specialist vape shop, although in the time that I spoke to you last time, 2 more vape shops have opened up, and one just around the road from the Cancer Society, so it's very disappointing. It's out of proportion. So a specialist vape shop is meant to be able to help people to transition off tobacco, but we know that that isn't the case. They are glossy kind of shops that attract young people. They're not there for the 45 to 60-year-old person who's been smoking for a number of decades. So it's just completely out of proportion. We need vaping to be a tool to help people quit, but they need to have support around them. The Smoke-Free Action Plan actually is looking at also strengthening those services that we have in our community to help people stop smoking. You can't just take nicotine out of cigarettes and think that everything's going to be all right, but that is the best thing that we can do. It is the most important and critical thing to reduce health inequity in this country and to stop the tobacco industry from, getting their new young people.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks for your submission. I'm particularly interested in the allusion you make, or the comment you made about the lack of medical research yet about the long-term effects of vaping. Would it be fair to assume that you feel constrained because that evidence is by definition not yet available because of the short time that these products have been in the community?
I just think that we've grown up, most of you in this room will know many people who have smoked and the ill effects that has had, and we've really got to stay focused on tobacco, but we have an opportunity in your submission to let the government clearly know that there's an issue with vaping and something has to happen. There is growing evidence that vaping's not great, but we do know it's less harmful than tobacco.
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
But what concerns me is the amount of expert medical comment I've heard about the unknown effect,
Correct.
but inevitable serious long-term effects of various products being vaporised.
The Cancer side would totally agree with you that there is fresh air is the best thing, we know that. So that evidence will come. And it is building. There is some evidence, it's growing and growing all the time. It's just we're not at the point where we are at like we are with tobacco.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for your presentation and for your time this morning. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the meeting proper. We've received apologies from Councillors Wiley and Walker for absence. And from Councillor Staines for lateness. I'll move that those be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Raddick. Thank you. All those in favour?
Sorry, I wish to make an additional apology. That for early departure, I have to leave at 4 o'clock. If we're still there. Thank you.
That is fine. Seconded, Councillor. So apologies from Councillors Wiley and Walker for absence. Councillor Staines for lateness, and Councillor Raddick for early departure. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against, that's agreed. I'll move that we confirm the agenda without addition or alterations. Seconded, Councillor Benson Pope. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against, that's agreed. Any amendments to be made to the elected members' interest register? I'll move that Council then note the interest register confirms the proposed management plan and notes the ELT interest register. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. I'll move that Council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 26th of July and the public part of the minutes of the extraordinary Council meeting held on the 9th of August as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Elder. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 6, minutes of Community Boards, Waikawhati Coast Community Board. Councillor O'Malley.
I move that the Council notes the minutes of the Waikawhati Coast Community Board meeting held on the 1st of June 2022.
Seconded, Councillor Raddick. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. The West Harbour Community Board. I will move that Council note the minutes of the West Harbour Community Board meeting held on the 1st of June 2022. Seconded, Councillor Raddick. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Otago Peninsula Community Board. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I move that Council notes the minutes of the Otago Peninsula Community Board meeting held on the 2nd of June.
Seconded, Councillor Elder. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Strathtyre Community Board. Councillor Lord.
I'd like to move that we note the minutes of the Strathtyre Community Board held on the 2nd of June 2022.
Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Mosgiel Tairi Community Board. Councillor Houlihan.
I'd like to move that we accept the minutes from the Mosgiel Tairi Community Board on the 8th of June.
Thank you. We're just noting the minutes, but seconded, Councillor Elder. That's fine. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Saddle Hill Community Board. Councillor Raddick.
I move the Council notes the minutes of the Saddle Hill Community Board meeting held on 16 June 2022.
Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 12, the extraordinary Otago Peninsula Community Board meeting. Councillor Raddick.
I'll note that I'll move that Council notes the minutes of the extraordinary Otago Peninsula Community Board meeting held on 17 June 2022.
Seconded, Councillor Lord. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Reports. Item 13, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Ms Graham.
Councillors, I just have one update. The Zero Carbon Alliance memorandum, just this morning while we've been sitting here, I've received a letter from the ORC following the debate that they had when that memorandum was presented to them, requesting some changes. I will ask staff to review that and see if the changes are material or otherwise, and then provide a report to council once that work has been done.
Further, I'll move that council note the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Forward work programme for council. Councillor Barker. Oh, sorry, I thought you were turning your microphone on. It's not compulsory. I'll move that Council notes the updated Council Forward Work Programme. Seconded, Councillor Gary, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 15, Ōtepoti Dunedin Housing Plan. Ms Graham, Mr West and Ms Brown will speak to various parts of this. Kia ora kōrua, we are all yours.
Kia ora, I won't say too much as a starting point other than to say that really this plan has come to you today after extensive conversations that Ms Brown's had with the community right across the housing spectrum across the city. And that's evidenced in the report, and I'm sure you'll have some questions around that. Just to note as well, since the agenda was published on Thursday, I think we've had a lot of really positive comments back as well, so that's useful for you to note. And also, just probably the other bit I would point out at this stage is, and again it's covered in the report, that this is designed to be a very high levels plan, and I liken it to the place basis plan that you may well be aware of. So the next phase, should Council adopt it this morning, is for Ms Brown to go back and work with stakeholders to actually develop a really clear work plan and actions so that we can show progress, which is what actually the community are asking for. So they're really pleased with this, but they're saying let's see some action. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Reading page 58 and that you spoke to 75 groups and individuals, which doesn't seem like a lot to me, but what did surprise me really was that none of those groups or individuals seem to have been recorded in this high-level plan as asking for more inner-city parking. The complaints that I get, and I get a lot of them, with the housing intensification, especially of the inner city areas, is that when you intensify housing, you lose off-street parking, and off-street parking already is under pressure because we have 1,400 extra people approximately every year arriving in Dunedin. We don't have extra parking for them in town. People wanting to access town, especially commuters, are now parking in inner suburbs. The real problem, and it doesn't seem to appear here anywhere, is inner city parking. Why is it that this concern that I keep getting is not reflected in this high-level document?
I'm unsure, Councillor. The parking was never brought up in any of the conversations that I have had with people. Really?
Well, I wonder who you had those conversations with, but thank you for that.
Yeah, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Ish. I have a question on page 43, paragraph 22, and it's about the process of making the implementation plan. It says here that prioritised actions will be agreed with the community and stakeholders annually, and I just wondered, is there going to be a group set up that's going to be helping make those decisions? Does Council agree to make and fund these through the annual plan process? How's that actually going to work?
Yeah, we will go back to the stakeholders, Councillor, to ask the question about how we will do that in a meaningful way and an efficient way. And not everybody wants to keep attending meetings or be part of a group. So we're just thinking about how we might do that so that we have various options to ensure that we still get that feedback. So I can't answer it definitively at this stage, is my response.
Councillor Reddick.
I'm just curious about page 57, the council priorities, building awareness about the use of home rating and building tools so that our homes are better than the minimum standards. Because I note that some builds in the city have cost a very large amount of money per square metre. So to the extent of, say, $5,000 a square metre versus the $2,500, which is the national average for the largest home builders across the country. So that seems that we're not necessarily building. Yes. So how does that reconcile with the statement on page 43 that we encourage innovation and affordable options? And I'd like, is there some tie-in to ensure efficiency of the builds of what we're suggesting?
One of the things that has become very apparent is that people who aren't from the building industry don't recognise that if they build to the building code, they're not building a tremendously warm house. So what we want to do is we want to preempt that so that people have the choice when they're building to either up their insulation or likely so that they can get better economy out of their home moving forward so that it can be warmer. Under the current building code, you're building a relatively poor house by worldwide standards. You're building about a 2.5 or a 3-star house. Council itself and big groups like Kāinga Ora are building 6 and 7 stars and above, and we would like our public to know that too, or to have that too. There are obviously changes coming in on the building code which are going to increase that, but probably not to the level that we would like to see. With regards to affordable housing, we need to start thinking about alternative ownership models. So that's more around that style of work rather than the building itself. So internationally, there's a move towards alternative ownership models as housing becomes more and more expensive. So in cities like Zurich, for example, 2/3 of the houses are cooperatively owned. So we have some work to do to be a little bit creative and innovative to make sure that everybody here has the best option to live in a warm, dry house.
So it's 2/3 of all homes in Zurich?
Yes,
wow.
That's correct.
Okay, so will, as part of this plan, will you be providing guidance for home builders on the relative costing of moving from 2.5 star to, 5, 6, 7, 8? What's the limit on the stars? What's the highest?
Passive house is the highest.
What number?
And they sit over 10.
10.
But there are specific building regulations with regards to passive housing for ventilation. Yes, we will be hopefully giving loads of information in a way that is accessible for all. So my hope is that builders will come on board. The builders that I've spoken to so far have been very positive, and the issue that they have is it's quite difficult for some of our people within the industry to take some very complex mathematics, if you like, and explain it to lay people. And so one of the pieces of work that will likely come out of the first year will be to create some resources that are accessible, easy to read in plain English.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work you've done on this. I was just looking at point 11 and the response to these discussions. Were there any themes that came out of all those discussions?
Yeah, those themes that we presented to the C&C committee, they were very much the themes that came about. So things like affordability, our communication from council, the advocacy that they're advocating for better standards, the fact that we want to build around a healthy and diverse community, and the fact that our processes, the transparency and so on in our processes needs to be looked at. They were the themes.
There are a number of community groups that are interested in housing, and I was just wondering what the conversation with them was and what they were looking for.
Most of the community groups, it feels it feels a little bit like we need to do some matchmaking. Some community groups have land and others have money, and they need to get together and create a relationship. So community groups are very definitely in this mix with different things that they bring to the table.
You discussed universal design in this process, and I was just wondering what the response was around universal design.
It's been interesting, actually. Some people haven't known about it. They haven't known about universal design, and I'm guessing that that's to do with the fact that they haven't had anybody in their immediate sphere of friends or whānau who have required that level of accessibility. Generally, people have been very interested in looking forward because there is a recognition that as our population ages, that we will need to look at more and more accessible type homes. But the challenge, of course, in Dunedin with that is topography. So, yeah, there's been mixed knowledge, put it that way.
And going forward, people are saying they want action. How are we going to progress? Like, are we having continued meetings, or how are we going to progress to the next stage?
Yeah, I've got a governance meeting later on this week, and that's one of the things that we're going to talk about, how we move this forward, how we keep people engaged. Everybody who has spoken to me is on my mailing list, and I keep them up to date like in that way. So they're seeing that I'm actually willing to bring them on this journey with us, which I think is possibly a little different. I'm not certain.
I think one thing I might add, Councillor, in the response to that question as well, is that what I've seen in the way that Jill's undertaken this consultation is we've got a really wide section of our community involved, and they all feel really positive about it. So we just need to think carefully about how we move to the next stage to ensure we keep everybody on the wagon.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Our housing loses money, I think, every year, but obviously it's there for a purpose to help people who, perhaps couldn't get a home themselves. So, but some councils, to combat that, have set up trusts. Do you see a benefit in our council doing that? And if not, why not? Could I ask? Thank you.
I'll answer that one. So council...
that was a question to Jill.
Yeah, but I'm going to answer it because I'm also speaking to the report, councillor. So this council has taken a position about how our social housing, our community housing is owned, and they considered our trust and did not support it. And so that is the position of this council.
Thank you. Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'd love to know what, if there's any advantages or disadvantages to a trust, that because we've got Jill here who's had a huge amount of experience in housing.
The question has been answered. Do you have a subsequent
So you're shutting
question?
it off and not letting us know?
Debate has been had, and this isn't the forum to relitigate our policy positions or put staff in a position where they are being asked to undermine potentially our policy decisions. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms Brown, for all the work on this. And I can see by item 10, paragraph 10, that you've talked to a wide range of people, obviously. I was interested in two aspects of that, particularly what was the feedback from the developers, because each of those parties to the consultation would have had their own take on things. So that's my first question.
So I've spoken to a number of developers, and it's fair to say initially some of them were a little bit sceptical, but as we've moved through in this consultation and continuing to give information and identifying what my purpose is, they've come on board. One of the photographs in the document itself was actually provided by one of the developers. He said, here, take a picture of one of my developments. So it's generally been very positive.
Excellent, thank you. That's good to know. And my second question is around builders, because within the building industry we have a lot of very experienced builders that have been there a long time and been through various changes in the building code and so forth. And my experience of that is that they don't always know the why. Well, they don't always think about the why things have changed. And we've got a new generation of builders coming through. So how are we going to ensure, what was the sense from the building industry around ensuring that the new generation of builders understand the why?
I think one of the ways to get in there is to actually go through the BCITO, so go through the training places, so start with the apprentices. So that's what I am attempting to do.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. Look, my question relates to your comments earlier to Councillor Radich about if you build a house today to code but nothing else, you're getting about a 2.5 star. And I'm just wondering, how would that relate, for example, to a house that was maybe built 60 years ago, just a sort of typical house at that time?
It would be an improvement, but not necessarily greatly. You can't actually lock it down because of the solar gain. So it depends how it's oriented. So some of the old villas, for example, they had all their good rooms up the front, which may or may not have got all the sun, and all the kitchens at the back. So it's quite hard to answer that question.
Yep. The other question I just had, and it's I suppose I'm asking you because I figure you'll know the answer as opposed to it being directly part of this, but in the city I've noticed a lot of rebuilds, and I see some at the corner of I can't remember the street in Caversham when you come through from the lights. There's a lot of these double-storey, quite densely put on. Have they made a difference to the quantity of housing stock? I'm sure they're much better, even if they're only built to code, than what they replace. But are we seeing an easing situation in the city, or is it still people coming into the cities greater than the gains we're making?
I think the latter is true. We still aren't catching up. We still have significant numbers on wait lists, and those buildings are being sold off plan very quickly, which tends to suggest there's not a lot else. So yeah, we still are in a bit of a crunch time.
Thank you.
Just a question from me. So this is the evolution of the previous housing action plan, and one of the decisions that council took in approving that was to focus our efforts in areas where there is the greatest community need. And I'm just trying to get a sense of where that is captured in this document. And one of the priorities under Goal 1 is that we will advocate for equitable access to housing. Is that how that is intended to be carried over?
That is correct, yes.
Great, thank you. Further questions? There appear none. Thank you. Anyone like to move the report as per the order paper? So moved by Councillor Elder, seconded by Councillor Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I'm really excited about this plan. I like that it actually includes the whole spectrum of the housing need, from supported right through to private homes, which is what is needed in this city is the ability to hook into any stage of this program, including the opportunity to rent to buy, which is a really important part of the spectrum because a lot of people find it really difficult to get deposits. I'm really excited also about the inclusion of universal design because in fact accessible houses are also houses that we can live in for a long time. We don't have to move houses if we become incapable of moving around as much as we or as mobile as when we're younger. So I just think it speaks to the whole spectrum. I am really excited also about the ongoing engagement with the development community, the community housing providers, the social sector, which is really critical in addressing homelessness and the urgent need for dry, affordable homes, either to rent or to buy. And and I'm really pleased with also the commitment to working with Māori providers as well. I think this is an exciting plan. It's broad and it gives us plenty of room to move, and I'm encouraged by the ongoing consultation with across the whole sector around this, because it enables us to have a very flexible response to our housing need.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to support this plan. I really like the vision, a home for everyone, and it's often very hard to get a very simple vision, so I thought that was put really well. I really appreciate the guiding principles and the goals about enriching health, reflecting diverse needs, being sustainable and resilient, innovative and affordable options, and proactive enabling partner. And it was good to hear that there have been discussions had as well as with the community, with developers and with builders, because it's all an ecosystem about providing that homes. We've heard we have 1,400 people a year moving here, and then we also heard during the questions that there was a significant number on wait lists, and it was still a crunch time. So the reason I asked about what was going to happen next was that I saw in the report that this is supposed to be coming to the 23-24 budget, which, as we know, is just months away. So there is some urgency, obviously, to deal with housing. So I look forward to, if I'm still here, coming along to the meeting and hopefully being able to put some action through when we get to budget time.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to first of all acknowledge the late Mayor Dave Cull for establishing the task force, the Mayor's Task Force for Housing, and which was chaired by a current Mayor, Aaron Hawkins, and the work that was done during that has been really the basis from which this has continued. I'm delighted to see this plan, particularly the different models of ownership. I remember when the co-housing, the first model of that really in the city came to council, and it was a very new concept, and we took a brave decision at that time to support that, but one that I'm very proud of. And so we're a little bit late to the party in terms of those different models, but we're getting there. I want to acknowledge staff's work in this all the way through, because there's been a very wide range of discussions, and I'm very aware that this will take time. We've got a lot of work to do with the industry. It takes time for people to get on board with new ways of doing things, and as I mentioned, the why. Sometimes people can get so focused on the job at hand, they don't always understand the why and revert back to the good old days of when there wasn't regulation, and we know where that went. So I'm very happy to support this. I'm proud that this work has been done within our council, and proud of the leadership that has resulted in this plan.
Speakers. Councillor Hurland.
Thank you. Thank you for this report, and I think it's great that we have someone with the experience of Ms Brown to do this sort of work in council, which is great. Something that perhaps isn't necessarily mentioned in this report, but that affects everybody right now for private homeowners, the market around getting finance is very, very hard. And I know that's something that local government doesn't have a say over, but I think more and more we see things that are perhaps legislation that's come through from government or different things like that that are affecting our city, and I think we do need to consider advocating for some of those things and trying to make them easier, because if that is one of the big barriers to people being able to buy a property, so for a first home buyer or someone else who's trying to buy rental properties for people to live in, then we need to try to make it easier for them. And one of those barriers right now is getting finance. It's extremely difficult to get finance. And another thing that is seen as a barrier and is when people want to renovate their property or build, is some of the issues that we can control ourselves around our consenting, the time it takes to get things consented, and that's like when people get asked, you know, for more information, things stop. And technically, we're still in that time frame, but while they are waiting for the answers, all the process stops, and it can take a long time for people to get consents. And I've heard stories of some people that have missed out on finance because all of a sudden they didn't have their consent, and so the finance lapsed. So I think we can help a lot in those areas. And I also think what I've been saying for quite a while is if we can make it easier for people to deal with council, like for example, right at the beginning of our meeting, we heard a member of the public who said they were having difficulty that some departments weren't talking to each other. I think that happens in our building department as well. People don't talk when they come in to get consents, and so they get sent to another department and another department, and that costs time and money. And I think we need to make that more simple and easier for people to work with.
Further speakers? Councillor Vandervis.
I accept that this is a very high-level report, and as such, basically doesn't really get to the nitty-gritty of anything. It's sort of overarching sort of ideology as I read it. The idea that we should, as a council, be overriding national standards set by central government that have already significantly increased cost and compliance issues and increased the cost of building, that we should be pushing to further increase those ahead of government, I think is a mistake. I think that considerations around housing shouldn't be impacted by our discussions on climate change, inclusiveness for Maori, different models of ownership. All of these issues, I think, are ideologies that are trying to be inflicted on a housing industry. And I come from 6 generations of builders and have very good working knowledge of what it takes to build a house, having built a few myself. And the barriers and delays that Councillor Houlihan mentioned regarding compliance, the problems with parking and access, the difficulties in actually allowing a lot of areas to be built on, these are the things that I think would make a difference to actually increase the housing stock and increase the quality of it. But none of these things appear in this particular high-level report. I'm concerned that this high-level report is basically opening the door to impose a whole lot of extra compliance barriers and political ideologies on the building industry, which quite frankly it is already overweighed with. For these reasons, and quite some others as well, I won't be voting for noting this report.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I see this report as a set of ideals for us to pursue. And I think the biggest issue that we've got in housing in New Zealand is the cost right now, because the cost of housing has blown out of all proportion to wages and salaries and earnings. And it is really making a very huge difference to people and the viability of people being able to own their own homes. And so now we're into an inflation spiral and ever-increasing interest rates. It's going to be very difficult in the coming years, the year we're in and the next few years in particular. So taking I suppose the lead from what Ms. Brown said about Zurich in particular, there is there's an amazing amount of cooperative or communal living in Switzerland, all across Switzerland. And they're certainly leaders in the world, and in particular in Europe. And they've made great advances in bringing down the cost of housing, despite having a very wealthy population, the highest per capita in Europe. And so this bodes well for the potential of different kinds of housing that we could usefully investigate and deploy here in Dunedin, and in particular the benefit cost ratio of construction, because we have a thing in New Zealand of everyone building their own custom house and having something that looks different to everyone else. Whereas if some standardisation of windows, for instance, but also of materials and uniformity of supply, I believe it would be quite feasible to achieve much better benefit cost ratios for building, and us being a holder of a large number of houses, subsidised houses at that, it will be good to expand on our network of those to cater for those in need, but with a focus on benefit cost ratio, so that we optimise the cost of building and to provide the best possible benefits. Now, it was quite interesting to hear 2.5 as being the building code versus up to 10 for a passive house. And there will be, it's typical with these things, my expectation is that there will be a sweet spot somewhere between the two graphs, the increasing cost of building more insulated or warm homes versus the efficiency gains that could be made with standardisation of buildings. So I think it would be useful for us to do some investigation on that so that we can provide information for anyone wanting to build their own home, but also we target anything that we do to that sweet spot. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I just want to thank Ms Brown for this report and sort of bring it back to the ground what we're talking about here today, which is really the Council's relationship to future housing requirements and our interrelationships with other organisations and providers, and the role that we play in our role as a regulator and the role that we play as an advocate. And I think that this plan catches all of that well. I applaud staff for, in fact, pretty much taking the zeitgeist of this council and turning it into this document. And I just remind people that just because a word appears in an item, it doesn't mean that it gives you free for all to just start talking about everything associated with that word. And really come back to what the item is, which is the plan that we are moving forward with and our role as it comes into provision of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lord.
Oh, I'm in trouble with Councillor O'Malley before I start. Look, I can support this. I think it's. I remember going to one of the very early meetings in I believe it was the Hutton Theatre. I think if we're going to try and make a difference on housing, we need to get the right players in the room, and that includes builders, that includes architects, that includes the providers like Salvation Army and numerous others. And I think this is a good start, and I'm happy to see this adopted. But I did want to just make a comment. Sorry, Jim, about our building services. And, you know, I've been coming to meetings here, and I know that our compliance rate for inside that 20-day frame is pretty much about 98%, or it has been the last couple of years. Now, the reality of it is, if one thing that has changed in my time on council, in fact, is in the early days, if something was noted as a building permit was unlocked, for example, if there was a plumbing issue, they would send it back and ask for some more clarification. If it was then another area, electrical, they would then send away and get more. That was put to bed, and it was decided that we would no longer be able to do that. And so now the entire thing is assessed, and any areas that need any areas that need addressing, whether they be electrical, whether they be plumbing, whether they be structural building, whatever, ground conditions, all gets asked at once. And at that point, the clock is stopped, and it goes back to the applicant. And I believe that's appropriate. And if it takes the applicant a good long while after that, that really belongs to their problem, not the fault of our council. And I think that's got to be noted, that by and large we're working within our consent times, and sometimes a lot quicker than 20 working days.
Further speakers? Councillor Lofisa.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank the mover and seconder, and also acknowledge the work of the staff, particularly Ms Brown and Mr West in this space. I just want to echo Councillor O'Malley's remarks, but also the same thoughts occurred to me when Councillor Lord spoke to the issues of the swipe that was made at our staff in terms of building consents and that process. And it just occurred to me, constantly when it looks like something will benefit tangata whenua, there's this outcry of ideology and swooping at or snarling or negative comments made about what we are trying to achieve here. And I just think we have to remember that this is, whether you want to argue about it or not, this is Māori land. And if any plan that we make is going to help and assist and redress that imbalance that has existed for 182 years, then we are obliged, in my opinion, to support it. Kia ora.
Well, I can support this. I too was confused about how this was turning into a debate about car parking, but the more I think about it, the more this discussion has in common with the discussions that we have around transport, because in both cases, when we get to the topic, there are people who will, as is their right, turn up to argue in favour of entrenching the status quo and not trying to do things differently. And yes, there are absolutely people who are being well served by the housing system in Dunedin as it currently is, but there is an increasing number of people who aren't being particularly well served by the status quo, and we owe it to our community to not be captured by a poverty of imagination when it comes to thinking about how we can support them to reach their potential and have all of the and have access to fundamental human rights like adequate housing that they can afford and that doesn't make them sick. And I will add to the thanks that has been given to the staff, and it is entirely as you would expect that they would work backwards from the strategic objectives and goals and policies of this council in informing a piece of work like this. And this council has decided that climate change deserves our urgent attention, and this council has decided that we need to rebuild our relationship with mana whenua and provide a greater and build a greater commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi, and to then have staff give effect to the decisions of council and then have them criticised for doing that in this forum is a little disappointing. Thanks also to those who have contributed to the work. There's been a vast number of people, both from the public and private sector, and I do want to acknowledge in particular those from the private sector have made themselves available to assist in this. They don't have the same mandates that public agencies do, and they've made time to be a part of this work because they see it as being important for our community. And not just the plan that we see in front of us, but those, as has been mentioned, that contributed to the work of its predecessor, the Housing Action Plan that came out of the Mayor's Task Force for Housing. This is a readable and accessible way of being able to set out the different kinds of housing needs that exist in our community, all the way along the housing spectrum, whether it's people sleeping rough or people who are trying to buy their first house, and the range of options that sit in between that. And one of the decisions that council made, or the previous council made when we adopted the Housing Action Plan, was that we would focus our efforts in the areas in our community where there is the greatest need. and it's reassuring that this focus has survived as one of the priorities in this plan, that we will advocate for equitable access to housing, because for equitable outcomes, effort needs to be allocated equitably, and we need to commit to that too. That's a challenge for us, because some challenges in the housing arena will require more public input than others. This really just sets out what our community want us to do. What is our role in housing? It is advocacy, it is affordable housing, it is building communities, it is working well with others, it's speaking English and doing what we say we're going to do, is basically how I read those five things, and it's hard to argue with any of those. We absolutely have a leadership role to play in this, but we know we can't do it by ourselves, which is why we're currently working with the private sector and community housing providers and Kāinga Ora and others to address areas of need and to provide for growth in areas that make the most sense to do that. This isn't done. This is the beginning of this piece of work, and I'd encourage anybody in the community, whether they're an industry body or the Property Investors Association or landlords or builders, whoever, to get involved in this work and to help steer it. And I do think this is a really great format for how we deliver against the goals of council, to have all of our higher level objectives, and then, as we have seen very effectively, I think, with the Play Spaces plan, an annual work program that sits against that tells us and our community what it is that we're going to do over the next 12 months that will help contribute to achieving what we have set out to achieve, and have that renewed and reported back on an annual basis. It's a really clear and concise way of keeping people updated with the work as it evolves, and it is to be applauded, and I look forward to seeing that work continue. Councillor Elder, your right of reply.
I just want to applaud this work again by Jill Brown and the team in the DCC, and it's great to see that we've got someone who's facilitating and driving this, someone who's passionate about the whole spectrum of the housing, and the key to success actually is really good, building really good relationships across the board, whether it be Māori, whether it be community housing providers, developers, or private and residential builds. The key to success is really good communication and partnership, because we can't do this on our own, and in partnership we are way stronger than on our own. And I think the value of this work is seeing how much communication and collaboration is in it, and I think that will prove to be the success of this.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis. Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 12-1.
Thank you. Item 16, Peninsula Connection, Section 9AA options. Mr. Drew and Ms. Graham. By way of opening from either of you.
No, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. If you'll indulge me, I will start. The paper outlines concerns to this current proposal that were held by the community previously around amenity and ecological impacts. I'm less interested in amenity because that's largely subjective, but are the concerns that this proposal would have on ecological outcomes no longer held by the community?
I expect the same concerns are still valid. They're just
prepared to wear it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted some clarification around the change, the people advocating are the same. So I attended a meeting in 2013 and the newly elected community board member vigorously advocated on behalf of the community to take this boardwalk out of the plan. And so it didn't go to resource consent. And now the community, with the same leadership, with that leadership, is saying they do want it in. So I want to be really clear that is the position, that the community is absolutely sure. And I would imagine this part of this will be seeing what everyone else has got. But it is the same people. So I want to be sure that we are listening and hearing the accurate indication from the community.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm less interested in any positions that people might have previously held. I think it is helpful to have clarity around the positions that are currently held, and if that can be confirmed as it is set out in the paper, that's probably useful.
Yep. So the Otago Peninsula Community Board annual plan submission strongly supported the boardwalk. Just to be clear, in 2013, the Otago Peninsula Community Board were in support of the project and the boardwalk. It was the Portobello Community Incorporated group that rejected the boardwalk.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Risha. I just wanted to check up on if this option had mana whenua support, because it wasn't entirely clear in the paper as to whether those conversations had been had and whether that support was given to this option.
There's been no opposition, so they've mana whenua have articulated they will not support any further reclamation of the harbour, but haven't said one way or the other if they'll support or not the boardwalk, but we'll have to go through that. If council choose to progress a boardwalk, we'll have to go through a resource consent process where they'll be asked to make a formal position.
We wouldn't ask them first before this paper came to us about what their position was, because it seems quite important.
No, we haven't had any formal discussions.
Next question is just around if we were to agree to fund a boardwalk, and I didn't quite see the financial there about what is the lifetime of a boardwalk compared to the lifetime of a road, and what are they? What would be the ongoing costs? Would it be more expensive to have a boardwalk for the operational costs versus a road?
I can't say for certain that there won't be a significant difference between the two if the boardwalk has been designed well.
My next question is just around, there are bits of the Peninsula connection missing, I guess, and I just wondered about whether council would have to weigh up doing this piece of work, investing in this piece of work versus investing in the missing bits on the Peninsula connection.
When you say the missing bits, councillor, which bits are you referencing?
They're further on from Portobello, so there's that hasn't gone out to Taro Head. So I was just wondering about whether if we make a decision now to fund X, then Y might miss out.
No, so there's the unfunded sections to complete are about $20 million. And so as the paper refers to, staff will progress an application or expressions of interest for the unfunded sections. This is more about the community requesting a change, and the construction team are right there at the moment. So now's the time to decide.
And I'll just add, this is currently funded, and so this is just asking council to consider if they want to fund something slightly different.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, questions have been largely answered because they were mostly the ones that Councillor Barker had, but I just want to confirm. By the way, you've got runanga instead of runaka in the consultation section of Part 14. But if we have not gone to the runaka yet, then will we be appropriately communicating with them in the consent process? Is that where you plan on doing it?
Absolutely, but we thought we needed a position of council before we went to runaka on this one.
Okay. And clarifying too that you just said it, that this is actually part of an existing project, because that goes up as far as the school, I think, is it, more or less? You know, obviously that last 100 metres is still fairly important. And in clarifying with runaka, I think it will be important to clarify, would you not agree, that reclamation, the definition of it, because this is still a anthropomorphic structure in the water. And so does it now no longer meet reclamation because there's water underneath it?
No, you're correct. The reclamation is more about entombing the historic seawall. I guess that's what I was referring to.
Oh, I thought I had also heard commentary. I remember Edward Allison saying that any more encroachment into the harbour itself would not be supported. But I guess we'll sort that out at the consent once we decide on this one. And my other question's on the SERP funding. What's the VKT impact expected to be from this?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't
The
say
vehicle
that
kilometre travelled reduction impact.
I don't know that detail, sorry.
So I guess my question really is, are we, when there's SURF money out there, the CERF money out there, and it's not in the disadvantages, but are we planning on going after SURF money to see if we can get this funded? And if so, would we be imperiling any other stuff which is more actively aligned with the SURF money intentions?
So our SURF application will be prioritised, so this will be high up on the list, would be my expectation.
This will be high on the list.
But it won't be number one?
So when we do, this is another item coming up obviously at some point in the future, but will the vehicle kilometre travelled reduction be a major contributor in the SURF prioritisation? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a useful question. I hadn't realised that it was an aggregate application that we were putting in as opposed to individual ones for individual projects. But I just on the subject of whether it's reclamation or not, there's nothing in this that really speaks to consenting risk in any great detail. Is that because we don't believe there is significant consenting risk?
No, we do think there's consenting risk. I think it's identified in the disadvantages. That's the only area where I've covered it.
But not such that the advice isn't to not proceed with it.
No, I guess two boardwalks have been consented already in the project. So whilst there is consenting risk, and we can't say until we put the application in, the expectation, well, not expectation, assumption is that it could be consented.
Yeah, thanks. I've found resource consent will need to be sought for the construction of a boardwalk isn't quite saying that there's a risk that we wouldn't get permission to do it.
And it probably should have been clearer in the report.
That's fine.
But I guess we still have a consented option, which doesn't provide, in our view, quite the same amenity or meet what the community have asked for, but there is still a consented option available, which I think minimises that consenting risk.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you. Just actually to do with safety, actually. The Portobello Path and safety project has been very, very popular with walkers and cyclists. And I was just wondering whether, in fact, moving from a 3 metre wide path to 1.5 would then create safety risks if we carried on with the 1.5.
So the safety risk can be mitigated, but one of the benefits of the project is the boardwalk is an improved safety outcome.
So the ideal would be to actually have 3 metres for safety as much as anything else.
I think it gives a better safety outcome, but we can create the currently consented, it's 1.5 metre option in a way that is still safe. It's just a boardwalk is safer.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
We're all aware of the success of the similar developments elsewhere. I assume, and thank you for the clarity over the history and the actual current position. I assume the connection between the wharf and boat club and the town is also aimed at facilitating the round the harbour connection that is operating where cyclists are being shipped from Chalmers to that point. Is that correct? That's the area where they would disembark?
Yeah, so the boardwalk leads them to that area, yes.
And by a safe route that will also be available to the community in both directions and to the hall.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. There's an area just further down by the Broad Bay School that's not going to be covered in this, is that correct? That they've got concerns about. We went out and met the Paul, the chair of the board, and he showed us this area and he said, look, there's no cycleway linking in here. He said it's a real safety concern because whenever the kids have to cross the road, it's an issue, but this won't cover any of that, will it?
This report.
No, okay. For just
Portobello, not.
This is just along there near the Happy Hens. Is that where we're looking?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And so, is it normal for us to do a report and not note whether there's concerns from mana whenua? I thought we usually did.
In this case, the consent process will cover that up, but we know a position from mana whenua around reclamation. And so we've represented that in here in the summary of considerations, and there would be full engagement with mana whenua as part of the consenting process.
Right, but to have to go through consent, if we knew before that, I think that would have been quite useful.
We have to go through consent
anyway, yep,
regardless.
but yeah. So can I just clarify, this here where it's under disadvantages, I'm just not 100% sure what this is saying, where it says about the community board. I'm a wee bit confused. I know Councillor Gary sort of was saying that they are in favour, but the way it's worded, it makes it sound, it says disadvantages, it says community board, it is no longer the preferred option of the community in Otago Peninsula Community Board. The way that's worded, is it just the way it's worded? It sounds like it's not a preferred option for
Councillor,
them.
the position has been clarified already at the meeting.
So you're saying, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Does that wording there, is that saying that the community will want it? That is on page 72 and it's right at the top and it comes under disadvantages.
So that's for the status quo option. They no longer prefer the status quo option, which is what was advocated for by the community in 2013.
Yeah. So that's the 1.5 metre option.
Right, so that's not if we go ahead with this. If we go ahead, they like it.
That is if we stick with what was originally decided.
Right. I have to say, it's not very
They
clear.
are the advantages and disadvantages of two different options. So there will be two different opinions on those because they are two different options. Councillor Van Ivers.
Check. The piles that this proposed boardwalk are going to be made of, are they going to be tannelised piles or are they going to be concrete piles that are going into the sea?
I'm not clear on the design. I know the previous boardwalks, constructed on that side of the peninsula have been tannalised timber. But some of the boat sheds have been concrete. So it's been a mixture of both.
Okay. Why is it that we are being asked to make a decision basically on this boardwalk when it appears that local Runanga have not been asked whether they approve of it or not, and we don't have a clear agreement from them?
I've said before, but I'm happy to restate that we are going, that is part of the consenting process. We know Runaka's position on reclamation, which is that they don't want any more. We know also that the historic places folk won't allow the wall to be encased. We also know that Runaka have supported previous boardwalks, but we have not been to them yet because we haven't got a position of council.
Why is it, though, that under the Maori MOU we are supposed to get permission or at least consult with Maori on anything that is obviously going to affect them, and obviously they do have a position on this? Why is it that we are making this decision now when it would have been a very easy matter, I believe, to get local Runaka to agree that they are happy with the boardwalk in this particular part of the harbour?
So I don't know that it necessarily would have been an easy thing, because we wouldn't A, have a council position, B, have a budget, or C, have a design for that boardwalk to discuss with mana whenua, because at this point council has decided on a road-based option that is 1.5 metres long, and so we felt that it was better to get a position of council in this case before we take a changed position back to Runaka and not waste their time potentially if this council wasn't going to give either the money or approval to change its previous position.
So are you suggesting that if Runaka don't want it, that it won't go ahead, and that in fact, rather than not wanting to waste their time getting a brief decision from them, you're going to waste our time and this report in prejudging what's going on here?
It's out of order to suggest that staff are wasting your time by bringing papers to us for discussion and decision. And I would like you to
I'll retract that.
I would like you to
it's unfortunate.
For the suggestion.
I retract that statement. My apologies. My difficulty is that I would like to be able to make a decision here, and in the absence of a clear indication from Runaka that they agree to it, it's very difficult for me to make a decision.
No,
I think it's unfair to ask council to make a decision.
Your interest in their views is noted. We're being asked to make a decision here as to whether we want to proceed or not with the project, and that is subject to a process. If you're not comfortable with that, you can vote accordingly when we get to that point. But this is the process that we are proceeding with, and it's not my intention to run this any other way.
All right. Okay, my final question then is, if we were to agree to this $1.5 million proposal today, and it turns out that Runaka are not happy with it, would that then just kill it dead? Would that just be the end of it?
Proceed on the consenting pathway, and depending where that landed, it may mean a slightly different project, but we can't know that until we go through that consenting process.
Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Do we have a measurement for safety ratings, for the safety improvements? Because it seems to me going from a 1.5 metre strip along the side of the road to a 3 metre boardwalk, leading into the largest settlement on the peninsula, is going to be a really significant improvement in safety, because it's likely to be one of the most used pieces of the Peninsula connection. So, but do we have a measurement for that?
No, traffic safety audits are qualitative rather than quantitative, and it's all about how can you improve on what's already there.
But
and this will improve on the status quo option.
Quite markedly by the look of it. Thank you.
And not just distance, given that the status quo option isn't a separated facility for active users, and what is being provided, what is being suggested here is a separated facility for them. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Worship, and I'm happy to move at the appropriate time. I just had a further question around paragraph 32, Mr. Drew, and the other unfunded sections. Could you just walk us through the process? So this part is already in train. This is a intersection where we could do the boardwalk, and you're coming back to us to ask us about that. But you're also going to put in, as I understand it, the expression of interest so that we can potentially get funding for some of the other parts as well that are unfunded. So we've got the $20 million unfunded sections, which this is not part of. Could you just talk us through that process and that breaking down to parts and so forth?
So the SURF funding comes in two parts. There's an expression of interest phase, and then and if you make it through the expression of interest phase, then you go into the further detail, I guess. So staff are working on the expression of interest phase, trying to look at projects that will reduce VKT, existing council projects, and we'll submit the application for the EOI, and we'll see how they go through the screening process.
So just a subsequent question, I presume the section near the school would tick quite a few of the boxes as well, about 3 of them actually. So that, for example, would be another part, another unfunded section that you'd be putting in there.
Correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Just to clear up some clarification from some questioning earlier, just want to check that paragraph 3 is correct. The Octagon Peninsula Board are advocating for the design change for the boardwalk. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. My second question is just around the numbers. So we're being asked to approve a $1.5 million increase in the 10-year plan. However, Waka Kotahi would be putting $780,000 into that?
Correct, but we still need to adjust the capital budget by the full amount, and then the revenue line gets the corresponding Waka Kotahi funding.
So in reality, we're being asked for $720,000 in this plan, and of which some could be, if we are successful, could be funded by SURF. Did they have a certain percentage that they were funding
Up to 100%.
Up to 100%, okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, it's actually just point 31. What are we going to do next? Staff will proceed with the option agreed by Council. I'm conscious of, in the questions, that while the Community Board supported this boardwalk last time during the public consultation phase, and there were components of the community that did not support it. And from what I'm hearing with the answers they are now is that we're going to do our consultation during the consent application. I'm just thinking that normally there'd be a step between that and the consent application.
So if I can clarify, we're not proposing to consult with the community as part of that consent application. It'll be notified, I'm sure. And so there'll be that process. We're proposing that, but we have said specifically that consultation with Runaka would be part of that process.
I'm just conscious of the apparent fact that this last time this was proposed, there was a group inside the community that were opposed to it, and I don't have anything in this report to suggest that that group's gone away. And I'm just wondering where we would be if we went and lodged a consent and that group still exists with that same opinion.
Yeah, so we do have a whole lot of verbal and written consultation from the detailed design workshops that we held in the community in May 2020. So there is a whole lot of written feedback, and by far the majority of that feedback was positive towards a boardwalk. I know one of the stronger opponents of the boardwalk in 2013 is now a supporter of the boardwalk. So it'd be my expectation that the majority of based on what we've heard so far, the majority of the community are supportive of a boardwalk.
Thanks, because I understand that what we're doing here is you're seeking permission to go forward with this. I'm just concerned, and I was given my speech, I guess, that basically we are making sure we're taking the community with us, and I guess I'm wondering about just the amount of burden it would take just to tick that box and make sure we are.
As I understand it, the consultation in May, I think 2020, was reasonably comprehensive with the community, and I think what happened was that they had seen the success of some of the other boardwalks by that point, and some of the concerns that they may have had been allayed with the design of the earlier boardwalks nearest town.
Okay, so that's good, because it's not explicit in the report, but just your answer basically answers it.
Paragraph 16 was meant to capture that, but I apologise if it wasn't detailed enough.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I mean, I think we're in a good place then. Thanks.
Councillor Hurley.
Going back to Councillor Gary's question earlier, she was talking about if this could affect other areas and the funding possibilities. So can I just clarify, if we approve this today, does that mean that the stretch by the Broad Bay School, the Portobello School, or Broad Bay School, would have a better chance of getting approved? Is that what's being said there or not?
Nope.
No.
This decision, my advice would be, won't affect any of the other parts of the Peninsula project.
Could I ask why we've pulled this bit out instead of by the school, where we've had active, we've had quite a lot of people saying, look, that it's a real major safety issue for all the pupils at the school, and there's quite a concern. I know the community board is really concerned about that section, and it seems like that would be an area that perhaps is a bit more, that people are more concerned about. I don't know, I might be wrong, but...
This bit has been highlighted partly because it's a relatively small part already consented, where we believe that the community views have changed, and we've got an opportunity with the crews there before we can begin construction of the 1.5 metre path to potentially change that, and for a relatively modest amount of money. And I say relatively cautiously, but it's 750,000, give or take, of council money compared to, and so the work, staff are investigating options for closer to the school, independently of this. But this is consented work that's about to begin. There's an option to do it differently that the community supports, and we're just seeking council guidance on that.
If we do this one first, does that mean that the area beside the school might be delayed,
It's currently unfunded. So it's currently unfunded, so it won't be delayed. We're working on options on how we might fund it. But this work is currently funded by council and has been already agreed. We're just looking at delivering something that might be slightly different than the original consent.
Was this area previously going to be fully funded by Waka Kotahi, and they pulled that, or
no? It's just we've got council budget in place. What we're proposing is costing slightly more because it's a different design. I can't build something that I don't have money for. We can't build something that doesn't have a budget. So we're coming to you to see if you want to change your mind about what to build.
And this, if it went ahead, it would be similar to the West Harbour boardwalks, is that?
Oh, it would be similar to the Peninsula boardwalks.
Right. They're sort of similar. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
A bit of a technicality. There are budget tables on page 71 and 72 with numbers on them, and those numbers seem to lack a dollar sign or an indication that they aren't actually the dollars, that they're actually thousands of dollars. Now, I know that we read a lot of these budget lines and we just assume that they are thousands of dollars, but could we have, in future especially, for the benefit of people that are reading these papers and think that it's a remarkably cheap kind of boardwalk, that actually the numbers make
I'll
thousands.
provide Mr. Logie with that feedback.
Thank you.
If only we could get it done for 20k, yeah, chance would be a fine thing. It's been moved by Councillor Gary and the recommendations, I'm assuming, and seconded by Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to be really clear that I'm obviously totally in support of this proposal. There's a lot of confusion around the table, and I realise that people haven't been there for the whole journey, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time just ensuring that everyone understands what has happened. So there was a plan for the Peninsula connection. It included this boardwalk. There was advocacy to take it, it included, beg your pardon, a 3-metre wide path, and the Heritage New Zealand said no. You cannot encapsulate the wall in these places, and this was one of them. So it was going to have to be a boardwalk. Community representative vigorously advocated for that to come out. And for the safety adjustments to be made within the current footprint. So that's what went off to consent. Ironically, if the original design had been part of the consent process, it would have most probably gone through. Mana Whenua have been very clear about reclamation at every single stage that we have had opened around, and that would be the entombing part that we can't do. So that's been covered off. So it's been taken out, and now the community board has very clearly stated they would like the boardwalk. I would suggest that the community has seen the benefits of the boardwalks and would like those safety improvements. So I wholeheartedly support the community board and their advocacy around that. I want to acknowledge the staff. Because quite often it's easy for the community to think that there is nothing happening, but the staff have been beavering away for months, in fact years, looking for an opportunity for funding, exploring funding options for this unfunded section. And I want to be clear too that a section further down was dropped out of the business case because it weakened the business case for the overall project. And so in order to get the overall project across the line some time ago, that was dropped, and that's one of the unfunded sections. The staff have been on the lookout for some time, as I said, for a pot of government money that this may fit, and I want to thank them for that. I've been grateful to hear colleagues' support around the table that the unfunded sections may be put in the long-term plan, but we'll have that debate at the time. This project, as it's rolled out, we have seen the benefits. We've seen the connectiveness that it has provided for our communities, and in that, a degree of resilience. We've seen a real evidence of mode shift. It's been very clear. Safety for children getting to school, and might I suggest, for those of you who are not familiar with this bit of road, on page 69, this is in Portobello, not Broad Bay, and just before this photo was taken is the jetty. The school is further on, so a lot of children walk along the stretch. And so it is helpful for their safety getting to school. We've seen the benefits of people getting out on their bike on the weekend, families walking their dogs, going for walks, people in wheelchairs. Late at night, often when I go down the peninsula late at night, there are people out walking. So it has made a vast difference to the communities, but it is also a wider asset to the city. And when it's finished and linked up with the West Harbour, it's going to be an extraordinary asset, a jewel in the crown of our city. And so I would urge you to support this, and I thank the staff for their work to get us to this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, and I support this. I think it'll be an amazing amenity for the Otago Peninsula. Lonely Planet said at one stage that Dunedin Otago Peninsula was one of the top 10 places to cycle in the world, and that is a reputation that is not lightly earned. So it's great to actually be able to connect up these places and hopefully reach our goal of having that round the harbour cycleway. The interesting thing about this is that the community has asked for it and the views have changed. I think that's where there's been some confusion about what did the community want, and it's good to have it clarified that yes, this is what the community want. I think they've probably got a bit of boardwalk jealousy having seen the amazing use of the boardwalks, and I drive out there quite frequently, and I do count the cyclists because I like to tell people about how many people are actually using this, and also see the walkers, the families enjoying it, and it's such a huge asset. Also comfortable with the process with Mana Whenua. I brought it up because I did want to understand what their view on this was, knowing the view about reclamation and wanting to know how that would be, what the process would be. So I'm quite comfortable with that process going forward. And also about the Heritage New Zealand's view on entombing those rocks, because I drive past that bit quite a lot. It's quite an important part on our peninsula. Though also asked the questions around the funding, because I really wanted to get that clear. So when we're being asked to support $1.5 million worth of funding, we're actually looking at around $750,000, and maybe there's an opportunity to get some more funding for that, so that's all positive news. I do support this. I also support it around health benefits for people getting out and walking, and encourage everyone to go for a walk on a sunny day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I support this. I think this will be a really significant addition and finishing off piece of the Peninsula Connection, because I see, as I mentioned earlier, the really significantly improved safety benefits of having that completely separate pathway. But also, as has been mentioned, people walking to school. So it will enable a bit more commuting, although they'll have to enter at one end to get to the other. But I think in particular, above all of those elements, will add significantly to the attractiveness of Portobello as a destination for people to go for a cycle ride or a walk or a drive or whatever, or a boat trip. Because when you get to Portobello, there will be instantly something extra to do that will be very attractive. You can go for this relatively short walk, out to the boat club, Portobello Boat Club, and vice versa. If you come across the harbour, you can walk into Portobello. So just that walk along the Portobello will be very attractive in its own right. It'll put people on and over the water, and similarly they will admire the rock wall that has been saved and not covered over, and be able to see the boats and things on that section of Latham Bay. So I think it'll be a really attractive addition to the attractiveness of Portobello. I certainly hope that that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Venovers.
Check. I'm not that convinced that it's going to be that attractive, having a whole bunch of tantalised poles going out into the sea and then looping back in again is not my idea of natural beauty, certainly. And given that there's already a 1.5 metre cycleway, walkway on what is not in my view, a high density area for cycling and walking, I think is something that is questionable. Councillor Barker has pointed out that already the cycleway out the peninsula is one of the top 10 cycleways in the world. We have already spent in excess of $100 million. And I've actually voted for some of it because of the need to improve the road and because the peninsula has got real tourist potential. Mayor Cull's religious conversion to becoming a lycra-clad cyclist quite some number of years ago amazed me at the time. And what has amazed me since is that the amount of money that has disproportionately gone to the peninsula. It's been well spent in some regards. The amounts that have been spent, though, have been largely for the benefit of people living out in the peninsula, and not just Mayor Cull, but a number of staff that lived out that way as well. And the value increase in their properties has been really quite significant. And I remember after the last massive spend up that we had, suggesting to Mayor Cull that we should have a targeted rate to pay for any more of these massively expensive peninsula focused improvements, was met with a disbelief and an open mouth wagging, not able to respond. I think that there are a number of preconditions that I would have to see to be happy with this particular proposal. One of them is that we would have a targeted rate to pay for it. We have spent so much money on the peninsula already. Councillor Raddick's idea that it's a finishing off of the peninsula connection. It's simply yet another bit, and it will never be finished. It'll go all the way out to Tairoa Head if the peninsula is going to get absolutely finished off. The other thing that I think we would need, or I would need to want to vote for this, is a clear signal from Renaka that they're happy with the encroachment. And the idea that the funding is going to come from NZTA to pay for half of it is obviously welcome, but you've got to remember that NZTA funding is basically a bucket for this area, and all this being splashed out on the Peninsula Road when the rest of our roads around the city, including some of our state highways, are in diabolical disrepair, is another reason why I think we should be very careful about taking our debt out another $1.5 million. It's the money, it's the money, it's the money. We are so far in debt now. Going any further, to me, is just completely unable to be argued for, because this is not something that is necessary. It's not something that is of major benefit to the rest of the Dunedin, and it's not something that was even wanted a few years ago by some of the people in the area anyway. So I don't think we should be voting for this. I think that it's premature and unaffordable.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll get to your conversion to placing a value on the Runaka's worldview in due course, but I think it is unfortunate and out of order to make the suggestions you have made around the role of elected members and staff in making decisions based on where they live and for their own personal benefit. In particular, with regard to the Peninsula Connection, dispensation was...
Point of order. I did not say that it was to anybody's personal benefit. I pointed out that the investment had raised property value significantly throughout that area.
You've made my case for me. Auditor General dispensation was sought around the decisions of the Peninsula Connection and was granted. And so I think to suggest at this meeting that there was anything untoward about the involvement of either elected members or staff.
I never suggested anything was untoward, Your Worship. Again, point of order. You are putting words in my mouth that did not come out of it.
And I'd ask for you to withdraw those comments and to apologise for them, Councillor.
I will not apologise for statements I did not make. I only referred to increases in property values, which I put in a positive light and believe were positive. I did not imply that there was anything improper in that.
I would ask you to withdraw the comments and apologise for them, and that is how I have ruled on it.
I don't accept your ruling, and I will not apologise for what I have said, because it's all quite true and provably so.
Point of order, Councillor Benson-Pope.
According to the standing orders, Your Worship, the only consequence of that refusal to follow your instruction is that the member should leave the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I mean, those are the options that are available to you, Councillor Van der Vos. You can withdraw the comments that you've made and apologise as has been ruled, or you can leave the meeting.
It's not the first time I've been shut up by you making false claims about what I have said.
Self-awareness is noted. Further speakers, Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. In the meantime, I'd looked up the ideal width of shared paths, and the Australian road guidelines say that the ideal width of shared paths is between 2.5 and 3 metres. And later it mentions that the primary issue is safety and amenity rather than simple capacity. It may technically be possible to carry a large number of users, but if people do not feel safe, they will not use the facility. And for a lot of people, that would be the case. And I think this is a safety improvement that is a really excellent idea, because I believe once the West Harbour and Peninsula Loop is created with the connection with the boat, this will be an exceptionally popular destination for local people, but also for people coming to our city. And I note that many of the rides out there are wishing they had followed suit and gone for 3 metres as well, because in fact people need to feel safe when they're on our paths, and moving from a 3 metre wide path to a 1.5 would actually make people feel quite unsafe. So I think to realise the potential of this path, this is a long-term investment in something that will in fact prove to be quite wise. So I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. It seems to me that this is, there's nothing about this not to like in terms of the consistency with the developments that have already happened. We're all of us in the room up now aware of the value of the Peninsula connection and the success and popularity of the improvements. And I must say, in urban design terms, the work that's been done on much of the length of that pathway, cycleway, walkway and roadway is, I believe, one of the most important civic developments in recent decades, and will soon be recognised by everyone as just that. Similarly, extensive work is happening on the West Harbour, and this particular little bit of road from the point and the boat club back to the township, the cafes and the pub is a very unsafe, uncomfortable place to walk. Even walking around to Happy Hens puts people at risk. So in terms of safety, in the context of reservations about what you can do and can't do with the historic wall and what's affordable, I'm pleased that the community has changed its attitude, we are told, about a development of this kind. The other advantage, of course, that's been mentioned a couple of times and was just again referred to, is we know there is now a ferry operating, a private operation, to move cyclists in both directions. And so the logic of connecting the whole of the harbour and cycleways on both sides is pretty apparent to everyone, and I think that should also be a major reason for supporting a development of this kind that's consistent with the others, excuse me, and increasing safety for both locals and for visitors.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, as someone mentioned before, I mean, over 100 million, I think, has been spent on this already. It would be crazy to quibble over this amount of money when so much has been already invested in it. And as Councillor Barker said, it's already noted as one of the top 10 cycleways in the world by some reviewers. And I see it being a huge marketing opportunity for our city, and I think it will bring a lot of people along and help with the health and well-being of our residents. As I see it, and I may not be understanding this correctly, but as far as budget to this, its total cost to be $1.5 million, but $780,000 of that Waka Kotahi will take, as I read that. And then there's another opportunity for us to get the 780, what's remaining out of that, some $700 and something or 650,000 from the climate change fund. So maybe it doesn't cost us a lot at all. You know, we might end up not having to pay a lot for this. So yeah, I fully support it. Thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Your Worship, I'd just like to acknowledge the community at the Peninsula, and I am aware that some people mourn the loss, if you like, of the quaint drive. You know, it was quite outstanding in its quaintness, if you like, and of course I understand the connections about the safety and the development to make this attractive and safe to visitors and cyclists and tourists alike. But I just want to acknowledge that there is while people understand the development and progress, there is also a loss of how things used to be, and how that drive used to be. And I just also want to acknowledge again mana whenua, especially the hapu at Octagon, for the generosity that they have given the city, and that they have made a sacrifice, if you like, of their tupuna, the harbour. So I just want to acknowledge that, and that everyone is not only about making the Peninsula connection an amazing thing, but it will benefit the whole city. So I just want to acknowledge that, and I always thank Councillor Vandervis for crystallising my thoughts, because I wasn't going to speak. But I just wanted to acknowledge that this is about the whole city, and we can go on about dollars and know the price of everything, but we also have to understand the intrinsic and non-monetary values that we're aspiring to. Kia ora.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor. I just want to tautoko your comments around the cost of the project to date, and the budget that has been associated with it financially has certainly been mentioned, but as you say, both spiritually and ecologically, what has been sacrificed by the Peninsula is vast in our greater interest, and it is cynical in the extreme, I think, for elected members to come to this meeting and invoke the concerns of Runaka as a way of trying to argue against investing in projects that they personally disagree with, as much as I would welcome those sorts of Damascus moments. I think it is unfortunate to have that community weaponised in the way that we've seen at this meeting. And the only other two comments were equally in response. Councillor Vandervis said that there's already a 1.5 metre cycleway walkway in the current design. There isn't. and you know, you can find it not that far through the report that the proposal will have some separation for pedestrians along that stretch, but cyclists, due to the width available, will be asked to use the road. And if we are serious about providing separated facilities for people across the peninsula, then that is unacceptable, and we're left with only the option that we have before us to proceed slightly differently. And the only other comment I wanted to respond to was the suggestion that because we made a top 10 list once for great cycling destinations, we should just stop. And it reminds me of old mate on the cover of that old Fatboy Slim album, where he's got the T-shirt that says, "I'm number one, so why try harder?" You know, why would we be complacent about what we have done? We will always need to continue to invest in these sorts of assets and opportunities if we want to remain a place that people want to live in and work in and visit. So we welcome the change of heart that the community has had in order to progress this project slightly differently, and I think we'll end up with a far better outcome. My only question, and it's a bit late in the piece, is whether A needs to be subject to consent processes, or whether, and if you're comfortable with it not being there, I'm not going to be overly concerned about it. That's fine. Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to touch on a couple of comments that have been made coming through to this point. And one is that the Waka Kotahi budget is a bucket. It is not at all, and it is in fact what the region gets. It's determined by what the region asks for, and it goes into the National Land Transport Plan, and is basically what you win from the national bucket is what you get back to your area. And there are also, everything is classified into funding groups, so it's not a generic number that you pull from. So taking money from this bucket does not mean there's money taken out of this bucket over here. It is not a finite resource, and in fact we have underserved ourselves over the years by not advocating appropriately to Waka Kotahi for projects. The other thing to remember is that in the National Land Transport Plan, Waka Kotahi changed the rules of a low risk, low budget from 1 million to 2 million. So $1.5 million project is not even considered a high budget item anymore. Doesn't even have to sit on your regional land transport plan as an item anymore because it's considered below that threshold. The FAR rate is 52%, as we're aware, so we always get that money when we do a project through Waka Kotahi. So, you know, on the funding side of it and everything else, I have no issues with this. I am happy to hear that I believe that I see a small gap in the consultation process, which will probably be caught in the consenting process. But other than that, this is pretty much a straightforward thing. And I guess we've got a new acronym, which would be FOMB, which is Fear of Missing Boardwalks.
Be pronounced FOOM, wouldn't it? Are there further speakers? No. Councillor Gary, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Councillor Barker talked about amenity of the overall project, and that goes without saying. Councillor Raddick referred to the unfinished sections, but wasn't clear that this will not finish the Peninsula Connection project, and I always like to take an opportunity to make that very clear. And he made good points around the destination, and we're doing the destination plan at the moment, and that is a valid point, particularly with the ferry and cycle racks. Councillor Vandervis talked about the boardwalks not being attractive. Well, people weren't sure when the first one went in, but it's now, the first one's now become a place to fish off and all sorts of activities, and it has become a really attractive part of the road development. Councillor Vandervis also talked about the value of it and it not being high demand. Well, he clearly hasn't been out there recently. And hasn't remembered that when finished and the West Harbour section finished, it will be near marathon length, and that is extraordinary if you think of the possibilities for events. And just reminding colleagues around the FAR rate, the 52% now, it was right up there about 58% when the project started, as I recall, maybe more, I can't remember. But every year that we linger, it gets lower, it goes down by 1% every year. And Councillor van der Vos also, as the Mayor suggested, he almost seemed to have had a religious conversion himself. And I would be saying, rather than it's money, it's money, it's money, it's safety, it's safety, it's safety. And I think around this table we all know that. Some of his outrageous claims are not worthy of reply. Councillor Elder talked about the wide narrow issue, and I have observed this as we've finished parts of the connection to around the settlements. It became quite dangerous as people went from the wide sections to the narrow sections. So I believe that is one of the phenomena that has happened here. And I'm very clear that the community is totally in support of this boardwalk. We don't need to be concerned about that at all. That has been clearly stated. Councillor Benson Pope talked about how this project might be viewed, and I have no doubt that this will be seen, it is now, it's the envy of many other cities. I'm really proud of this council, and I wasn't on the council when it got over the line, but I remember that day very, very clearly. And I want to remind councillors that this was a community-led project, and this council came on board. Councillor Houlihan is correct that it is going to be a great marketing opportunity for the city. And I thank Councillor Lefiso for her comments around the generosity of mana whenua, and I want to acknowledge mana whenua's comments at each of the blessings around the loss of parts of the harbour and just how far that went, perhaps more than they initially recognised, and that generosity is acknowledged. So it's a community-led project which showed great vision, and this council has come on board and supported it, and I'd like to hope that you will remember that when we come to the long-term plan, remembering that this piece that we're dealing with today and this motion, we have an opportunity at this point in the construction to change the design and include the boardwalk as the community has asked us to do. We are listening to the community, so let's not lose sight of that, and we will be the envy of so many other cities around this country when we finish this project. And I, for one, will work very hard, as I know the staff are, to ensure that that is what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lefiso. Aye. Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Your Worship. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. For the sake of clarity, and apologies for not stating this earlier, it's my intention that I ask the councillor to leave for the duration of the meeting. I'll further move that we adjourn until 1:15. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. So welcome back. We're up to item 17, submission on Reshaping Streets consultation. Mr. Drew and Ms. Benson, welcome. Anything from either of you by introduction? Taking the submission and paper as read.
I'd just like to point out that from the workshop we have incorporated the councillor feedback into this version.
Thanks. Are there questions of staff? Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, my question is a very generic one, really. It's looking at the proposed changes that the government's consulting on, or Waka Kotahi is consulting on at the moment. The word that's often been used to describe this is enabling. Would you say that this is effectively what this is about? That's creating an environment where there's more flexibility in road controlling authorities to trial out new layouts and other such things?
That's exactly what it is. It's enabling, it's not prescriptive.
That's fine.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Benson, just by way of a concrete example, I was wanting to know whether these, the possibility of this enabling sort of bespoke trials would apply to the likes of the safety concerns at Broad-Based School, where the school principal has raised some possible short-term, long-term things, and they're specific to that site. So does this provide that opportunity?
Yes, it does.
Without those long process. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
At point 10, the DCC took part in Innovating Streets trials 2 years ago, as did many other councils. And the comment was many trials were unpopular and not supported by many in the community, and those trials included the Octagon experience and the Mosgiel Safer Schools. And in this document it's saying it's not prescriptive, it's enabling. And I was just wondering what were the lessons learned from that, and what's carried into this document to protect that kind of thing not happening again?
So some of the lessons learned from particularly the Mosgiel Schools project was very heavy engagement with the community up front and explaining the why. And I think that's why you'll find in this revised submission, throughout it, we are talking about consultation and pre-trial consultation as well. So we've tried to really labour that point in this submission.
And thanks for that.
Councillor Lord and Councillor Reddick.
Thank you, Worship. Jeanette, can I just inquire, so one of the things that people got upset about in Mosgiel in particular was the concrete troughs on Factory Road. Now, some of those were good long distance from any school, like 500 or 600 metres from Torrey, and then probably the same distance the other way from the preschool. I'm just wondering, was that what that was about? Was that safer schools?
So the concrete planter boxes were actually part of kind of changing the streetscape so that kids could get across the road easier. And again, I'll go back to one of the lessons learned are around the aesthetics of those planter boxes.
Do you think that, for example, if they'd been nice wooden planter boxes or barrels or something, they might have got a different result perhaps?
I think that'd be hard for me to say, but I definitely think we would, if we were putting something like that in again, we'd be looking at the aesthetics of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Clause 5, page 81, it talks about speed, temporarily reduce speed limits. What about increasing speed limits? Because there's anecdotal evidence coming from the Peninsula, and you had a presenter at Public Forum talking about the frustration caused by the lower speed limits and inducing perhaps people to pass dangerously when they should not, due to their frustration. So possibly it might be able to. Would there be a possibility of increasing speed limits in certain places, not necessarily on the peninsula, but wherever deemed safer? Or is it just a one-way, is it a ratchet clause that the speed limits can only go down?
A really long way of asking a very short question, Councillor.
Councillor Redditch, I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure the documentation from Waka Kotahi doesn't allow you to increase the speed, but I will double check that with them.
Okay, and over in clause 18, the high emission vehicles to be able to create spaces for people to enjoy. What does that mean?
I think they're talking about large vehicles when we're talking about high emission vehicles.
Because it says here the DCC would support the ability to control the movement of high emission vehicles to be able to create spaces for people to enjoy. So if you support that, what do you mean by that?
So that essentially just means that you might close a road off for a function, or do a trial of having one-way traffic or something. That's all that means. It just means those bigger vehicles not being allowed into the street whilst that street is being activated for people to use in a different way.
So where does that leave small electric cars, for instance, and scooters and such?
So I might have to double check, but my understanding was that the proposed standing up of things like trials meant no vehicles apart from residents. Obviously residents would have access, and it didn't specifically say diesel versus electric. It was about, those trials were about giving people room to move in the street without vehicles being there.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Some mention was made earlier around the Mosgiel Safer Schools. Now, my understanding is that was a consultation. Is that correct? It was a trial?
So that was under Innovating Streets, and it was a trial?
Yes. Yep. And there was mention about the planter boxes, and perhaps they could have been changed from, say, concrete to wood or something. But we had people present to our community board, and one of the concerns with the planter boxes and the things that there was other things jutting out on the road, was that they didn't give a safe amount of space for like a bicycle to go along when you had a bus or even a car going at the same time. So under these trials, is that something that we'll be looking to amend, or?
Yes, we would be looking to amend that under this, yes.
Because I did hear you say that we'd perhaps look at still having the planter boxes, and I'm a wee bit concerned about that because they did create wider areas that were quite dangerous.
Councillor, this isn't, and I've let this run to some degree, but this isn't an opportunity for a post-mortem on various projects that we have undertaken in the past. They are useful illustrative examples of what may or may not be allowed for, but asking detailed questions of staff around projects that have been is I don't think the purpose of this paper. So I'd ask people to bring it back where they can to the consultation document. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā korua. Thank you so much for the report and the ongoing mahi. I think my question is for the Chief. I'm looking at the summary of considerations on page 78, and it talks about mana whenua being consulted depending on whether staff think it's relevant or not. And then I've looked quickly at the Māori strategy for he waka kotahi. So I'm just, it does, in terms of our strategic framework, will we be looking at it so that mana whenua are consulted like first before we, to impact how we relate with them on different issues?
Yes, that would be our intent, is to work with mana whenua up front.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Could I just want to check up on, it's on page 84 and it's talking about proposal 5, closing roads for other functions and events, and I just want to check my memory. The Octagon, the carriageway, are we only allowed to close that 31 days a year currently?
Yes, that's correct. You can't close a road for more than 31 days a year.
That's any road, is it? Yeah, okay, thank you, just for clarification.
Councillor Elder.
Just another question, and that is, these trials are proposed to be 2 years to see if they're able to be worked out with the community.
They're not. So there's a window.
2 years.
Yeah, it's a
and my
significant difference.
Yeah, my question is, say if it's not working and the community is feeding back that it's not working, are they able to be stopped at that point? That's what I was asking.
Yes, they are. Yes.
Yeah. So with the trials, there's just that ongoing engagement with that community just to see how it's working and make little adjustments or whatever. Is that the intent of?
Yeah, that's exactly the intent of the trial.
Cool. Thank you.
I appreciate the intention of that, but if the purpose is to try and get the best information that you can, would constantly tinkering with layout and design necessarily get us the best information around trying to test different configurations and different settings? You know what I mean? Like I appreciate the desire to be agile, but that comes at a risk of the overall project, doesn't it?
I think I'd like to think that it wouldn't be constantly tinkering with bits and pieces, that we'd you know, there might be blocks that you'd go 4 months, try it and then review it with the community. Yeah, that would be my hope.
I wasn't at all suggesting it would be staff's intention to do that. Councillor Houlihan and then Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. So could, in theory, not saying this would happen, but could an area, say the Octagon or something, for example, if we're trialling pedestrianising the Octagon, could that remain that way for up to 2 years if we were trialling over that period?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Only a matter of time that the 2 year question will come up, so I'm going to ask it slightly differently. 2 years is the upper limit under these new proposed changes. Do you think it is likely to be a commonly used limit?
I would say, probably based on the Innovating Streets experience, you'd probably know sooner than that, whether in fact those changes were working. And we certainly confirmed that it can't be consecutive, so you can't do a trial on the Octagon for 2 years and then do another trial on the Octagon for 2 years. But I would have thought 2 years is quite some time before you know if something is working, so I think you'd know about it before then.
Thanks. Just on the filtering and restricting traffic section, the impression I got from reading that in the government consultation document was one of the things that they were bringing in there and those changes would have actually had a major positive impact in the Octagon experience, which is that you can use planter boxes and what are considered non-standard devices to get your traffic movements that you're looking for, to allow you to effectively get the aesthetic outcome you're trying to do as well as the traffic movements. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Wonderful. Great, thanks.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. I'm interested in the importance of the education programs at a national level in terms of our trials. And the question is around, I've been struck by the way that things that are obviously safety to us in schools, for example, that are in fact, the community just sees as an inconvenience and don't seem to connect those two things. Can you tell me about, for example, Road to Zero, just how the two connect? And is there any psychology or anything around the why, getting that why across?
So I think that's one of the things that we've made a little bit stronger in our submission, Councillor, that we really need a hand from Waka Kotahi to explain that story and to join up the Road to Zero and school safety story. I certainly think with their help we can do it, but we do need their help.
And can I also just check in with you around enforcement, and it is in here, and I wonder if it needs strengthening a little, but I just wonder how important the enforcement is, and I'm thinking particularly in the outlying areas where there's like sole charge. Any comments about that?
I think enforcement would be pretty critical to the success of if you were doing a trial at a school. Because if people aren't going to slow down to the prescribed speed reduction, you're not potentially getting the outcomes that you want. So I think enforcement's pretty key.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, are planter boxes recommended by Waka Kotahi? Is that why they're put out on the road, or what exactly are the benefits of planter boxes on roads?
In this case, the benefit is changing the way that traffic functions and moves through a space.
But if traffic can still flow in those areas, then you've got planter boxes jutting out. I'm just trying to clarify in my own mind and perhaps some other people's minds on what the benefits are to that.
So the theory from roading engineers, who are far more qualified than I am, is that if you narrow the space with obstacles, road cones, planter boxes, people feel that the area is more constrained and they slow down.
I see.
So it's to create an environment where it's narrower.
Okay, thank you.
In the same way that people miraculously speed up when the passing lane becomes available to them in the highway to occupy the broadening space that is available to them. Further questions? Councillor O'Malley has indicated he's willing to move the submission per the papers. Is there a seconder? Councillor Barker. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I will attempt to be brief. Basically, if you are looking at some of the challenges that face a road controlling authority when it comes to transport planning is the ability to trial in a way that you can do consultation and trialling at the same time. And a lot of that has been around rather old, outdated. Some of these things go back to the 1970s rules. And what Waka Kotahi has done in the Ministry of Transport here has simply gone back and looked at some of those overarching rules and simplified them so as to basically align the ability to consult with temporary design outcomes. Now, I know that the contentious one that will capture all the headlines is that a trial can last for as long as 2 years. I think that's unlikely that will be a standard practice, and the idea would be that would only be operating in a time where you'd need 2 full annual cycles to get something to embed that you would fully understand what you're looking at. When this was raised, I think every person in this room probably said we just need to keep an eye on that and make sure we understand that that's being used appropriately. The flexibility around the filtering and restricting traffic changes, they are actually probably one of the other biggest ones that we're looking at here. It's simply allowing you to use common sense approaches to get traffic changes that you're trying to trial without having to meet the old, rather restrictive rules around road safety that meant that everything turned orange with the number of cones that ended up there. So I think a lot of this, actually almost everything in this that the government's asking and the way that we've responded to it is saying we're just making it a lot more sensible. And as I said at the start with my question to staff right at the start, this is enabling. It is not prescribing that we suddenly close down everything for 2 years and do what we want with no public consultation. We would never survive as an organisation if we threw consultation out the window. So consultation will come with this. It's just that the government now is like giving us the flexibility to do it in a more localised, controlled manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
I see it a little bit slightly differently because everything in this and in our letter is all in one direction. So it's all about reducing speeds, restricting vehicles, removing parking, and really constricting the use of vehicles when most of the people in Dunedin use vehicles to get around. Now, we've already had some trials, and all of the most recent trials have been pretty much unpopular, and even to the extent of some of the temporary roundabouts, and some of them have been deemed to be unnecessary, although right at my doorstep is a very popular roundabout and a useful one. However, I think the public has very low confidence in this council's desire to include them in decision making, although there is one very key sentence in this in our submission that I do certainly agree with, and that the DCC submits that strong and meaningful engagement will be required before any trials are implemented, but that has not been the case to date. So the rest of it is all about decreasing and lowering and constricting, and it's a one-way street. There's nothing to go in the other direction, so trials cannot be made on an even-handed basis or with an open consideration. So therefore, I find this very difficult to support. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Bishop. I support this. I was very pleased to. The thing that I was most pleased about was actually giving power back to us as a road controlling authority. We've complained a lot about localism and being able to find our local solutions, and so I was quite excited actually to read this. I was very pleased to see that we were able to consult with our community before we did these things, and consult with our community while we're doing these things, and also about the placemaking and providing opportunities for better streetscaping. And I think we all remember how many orange cones were in the Octagon when we had that short trial period. And I think one of the reasons possibly why the Octagon experience failed was because there were a lot of changes made over a short time, and we actually didn't see. Maybe a 2-year trial would have shown us the different seasons and what that meant. And there was also something in there which mentioned doing the consultation and the measurement beforehand, and then the measurement during and the measurement afterwards. And that's actually seeing what makes a difference. In the end, this is all about safety, active transport and placemaking, which is about our goal to make Dunedin one of the best places to live in the world, I hope. And so this is why I support this. I think it's a really important thing that we get the power back to be able to do the streetscaping. And we've had talk about planter boxes, and they were a temporary measure, but if we can find something really, really beautiful to try and enhance when we're closing down streets with consultation, as you said previously, then that might actually help more community acceptance and make people excited about the fact that we're going to trial these, because it's only by trialling that we improve. I think we just previously talked about the Octagon, the Peninsula Cycleway, and there was a community there that was against having the boardwalks, and now they want the boardwalks. So experimentation is Dr. Jim O'Malley would be saying, as a scientist, and Councillor Reddick as a scientist as well, will actually show us the road to success and hopefully help us on the road to zero.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this, and I have so many concerns it's not even funny. But my first concern is that the Mosgiel Safer Schools was a trial. These are trials as well. And the performance we had from the community out there was absolute an uproar. And part of that was that it was a safety issue. So while we're saying that these things are for safety, one of the biggest things come out of that Mosgiel trial was that created more safety issues, because they put these planter boxes and things that jut out on the road out so it squeezed the space for when you're trying to cycle along when a car or a truck were going at the same time. And there was some very, very close near accidents that happened, and we had people present to our community board at the time with photographic evidence of the cyclist nearly being crushed in between the barrier and the car and truck. And it was very evident, you could see it, the photographic evidence was there, and it was very clear there was hardly any space for them to move. Right now we've had the whole last 3 years of this term where the numerous controversial issues we've had and the controversial debates have been around engagement, pedestrianisation, closing down streets, and quite frankly, I think people have had enough. Now, people have put up with it so far, but if we put through this, the word enabling is being used a lot, and what it means is that if you're inclined to want to trial pedestrianisation or lowering speed limits, you're enabled to do that through this legislation. Now, as we all know, this council has been very keen on trying to pedestrianise a lot of streets in our city. So how many more streets would be pedestrianised in our city if this goes ahead? That's the question I want the public to think about when this vote is made. And how do you feel about that? Do you want more streets pedestrianised? I believe the public would say no, and that's why I'm voting no.
Councillor Lord.
And I think there's an election coming up. Look, I am supportive of this, and I am supportive of trials. I think one of the interesting things that we've heard today, we've heard that not that mistakes were made, but lessons have been learned, and there's a big difference. I personally grew up in an era when you rode your bike to school or you walked to school if you were too young to ride a bike. And I think that it's really quite obvious that in a lot of cases there's so much more traffic on the roads that for a lot of people that's not as easy or not as safe or it's not as good a choice. And I look at places like Mosgiel and I think, you know, you've got 1,000 plus kids going to the college and only maybe less than 50 bike, probably closer to 20. And I believe that some roads can be a lot safer than they are, and if we can use methods that make cars a preferred route on certain roads and much safer for cyclists on other roads, I think that's a good outcome, particularly the stuff around schools. And I think schools, I personally think within maybe 1 to 2 blocks, but I really, really believe that we can do a lot better in this space. And there's a lot of things have changed in our society. There's a lot of reasons why parents choose to take their kids and drop them off at the school gate for safety reasons that are not just the physical driving or walking constraints. But for me personally, I want schools in particular to be safe. And I sort of think one of the things that I still remember was the period that we had the Octagon trials out here. There were people complaining and there were people upset, and yet the Octagon was full. There was people using all those things, and I just sat out there today for 15 minutes. It was a bit cold to sit there for much longer, but I thought, why is it that all the things that were here during that trial can't still be here? Why can't we have some seats and some active stuff? Because I personally felt that during that time it was a very nice space to be. And I'm not saying we need to pedestrianise it, I'm not saying anything, but we can make it better, and I'm not against trials in any way, shape or form, so I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Lord, and I'm trying desperately to think of all the pedestrianised streets. This is not about pedestrianising streets in our city. I want to give you an example because people have clearly got away from what this is about. And I want to give you the example of Broadway School. The principal recently approached me out of concern for parents rocking up to the school in a rush, often late with their kids, and the possibility of a child getting run over. There is quite narrow streets around that school. It's a very bespoke, particular situation. And he had some really good ideas about that, how that might be addressed, and is now in conversation with our staff. But the point I want to make is that this particular legislation would allow our staff to trial some of those suggestions made by the school for their situation. Now, one of those is a small street that at one stage was suggested to be one way, but it's a bit of a problem with the bus when it comes to pick the kids up for swimming. So being able to trial that for a period, for example, would be hugely helpful to see maybe if there was some way around that, how it could be made safer for the children. So let's not lose sight of why this would be excellent legislation and why we've written the submission we have. As I was listening to colleagues, I was thinking, have you forgotten that we're in the middle of climate change and our zero carbon goals? And I have noticed that our community, on occasions when it's inconvenient, and we saw an example of this today, and it's disruptive, if they don't understand the why, and it would seem to me very clear when it's around school safety that you'd understand the why, but we saw examples in Mosgiel where people did not make that connection, and it's extraordinary. And we've seen that around the speed limits, for goodness sake. We've got a shocking rate of deaths in this country. And the speed limit decrease is to reduce the rate of injury and people getting killed. And I find it really offensive when people don't understand that. And I want to come finally to enforcement and the comments in here around enforcement, because I think that's really important. It's part of the overall package. And I know that for our sole charge police officers in the outlying areas it's difficult, and I'm going to give voice to our local sole charge police officer who wrote about this recently. And he wrote in a newsletter, I guess as I write this, I've just returned from a trip to town in my private car, having taken one of my boys to football. I'm not sure how to articulate this while keeping professional, so here goes. To the 3 vehicles that overtook me ridiculously in the 40k zone when I was doing just that, you need to have a really good look at yourselves. You need to take stock of what really matters to you. You need to breathe and reflect on how your actions could affect others. You need to reread your road code, and you need to go to Specsavers. To say I'm disappointed is an understatement. Rest assured, if you want to run that gauntlet, then when I stop you, it will be your ball to hold and your money that will be wasted. I guess by now you'll get the picture that I'm not very happy with a few of our road users. I don't get grumpy very often, but it would be fair to say I am. The new limits are here, they're here to stay, and they're here for a reason, colleagues. My addition. So I implore you to abide by them. I'll leave it at that. These changes, legislative changes, and this opportunity is not to be feared, it's not prescriptive, it gives us the chance to try things with our community.
Councillor Benson, please.
Having decided not to speak on this, I am prompted by the preceding speaker, Your Worship. It appears that a lot of members of our community, and indeed some people around this table, have forgotten other discussions that we've already had. We have a situation where parents are being careless and creating hazard for their own children and other children by their driving behaviour around schools. We have a wider social context where the loss of hard school zoning means that it's become the norm to truck your kids all over town because you can, and creating all sorts of adverse and undesirable environmental and safety effects. We've had discussions in the neighbouring room about red light running and our limited capacity to do anything about it. Even the community newspaper has taken photos of bad behaviour at traffic lights, and let's hope that the Waka Kotahi changes and more speed cameras will do something about that. But we're not as bad as some New Zealand cities, including our large and badly behaved metropolis to the north. But behaviour, bad driving behaviour, right throughout the city is becoming much more prevalent. And we all live, most of us live anyway, in relatively quiet suburban streets. And in my relatively quiet suburban streets, there is grossly excessive speed. These are streets where a lot of people have young children, and those young children are coming to and from school, walking as it happens in Andersons Bay, and they are put at risk by vehicles driving way beyond any reasonable speed. So every opportunity we have to help our community realise that some undesirable behaviour is happening and dangerous behaviour is happening should be availed of. And I am really surprised that we have someone sitting at this table advocating increasing speed limits. I find that extraordinary. There might be occasion for it on the Hamilton motorway, that's a proper motorway, but nowhere else that I can see. Or Transmission Gully, you know, purpose-built, modern, separated roads, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about urban streets that should be much safer than they are now, and we have opportunities in the future, thanks to sensible legislation like this, jointly with our communities to do something about it. We'd be stupid if we didn't take advantage of those chances.
Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to acknowledge again the staff and also the mover and seconder. Of course, I support this motion, and I just want to make a comment that, you know, people have said that the public are opposed to this and they've had numerous debates, blah, blah, blah. And all I can think about is the young people, the people with disabilities, and other residents who came to make submissions about safety and climate change. We have to acknowledge we are not doing enough, and we have to acknowledge when you talk about the public, again, as I've said around this table, you are talking about the voting public. We are dealing here, I think, when people talk about the ideology that wants to hate cars and ban cars, blah, blah, blah. That's a first world problem, but there are also second world and third world residents in this community.
Because Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry. For me, to support this proposal, I had to have the assurance that pre-engagement, ongoing engagement, and final sign-off on design engagement and was really written into this process. So I look at the DCC took part in innovating streets 2 years ago, and as happened in other parts of the country, the changes were unpopular and not supported by many in the community. Therefore, the proposed Reshaping Streets changes will be of concern to many in the community. And there is, in a sense, a lack of trust of process. And I believe the process of engaging with the community has to be embedded in this to make it successful. So the DCC submits that strong and meaningful engagement will be required before any trials are implemented. And I note that 10 of the 40 points are about community engagement, community ability to adapt as it goes on, or even if it's not working, then stop that trial. So I believe there's enough in here to support it. I do believe in the real benefits of trials, and actually out and about, I had one person by a kindergarten said, "Oh, can we have a trial here?" And then I've actually talked to some people in the Octagon, and they thought, well, actually a trial of one quadrant might be quite handy. So it does give the flexibility to be able to do these things, but the bottom line is we need to do a far better job in engaging our community before, during and after. And I think if that is embedded in the process, and that we have actually a policy around that, perhaps, just about trials and how you might do it. I think then I would be assured that I feel quite happy with this, because I do believe trials and experiments are a good way to actually test things.
Thank you. I will speak in support of this. There's been much gnashing of teeth over these proposals over on the front lines of the transport culture war, where people will fight to the death to entrench the status quo and resist trying anything differently about how we manage our transport network. And as I've said in this meeting previously, if you're going to vote against this, you surrender your right to be able to give speeches where you are concerned about climate change, or the need for us to do anything about trying to address that, because you have been presented with the most mild option to do something differently about how we manage our transport network, and have refused to support it. The fact is, our transport network is failing us as a country. It's failing us when it comes to road safety, it's failing us when it comes to social connection and well-being, and it sure as hell is failing us when it comes to climate action. Now, individuals can choose to ignore those things and argue that that's not what the transport network should be concerned with, but if you do think that these things are important, you can't come to any other conclusion than we need to think about and we need to do things differently. And how do we do that? We try new ways of doing things. And how can we do that? We have options like this that give us the power to do more things more easily, more flexibly, to be able to get a better sense of what might work and what might not. Because abstraction is hard for people to understand. It is, and you see that in the way that often transport debates will evolve. The nature of the debate you have around an abstract budget figure as to what we want to do with George Street changes markedly by the time that we've got concept plans for what we want to do with George Street, and people can actually see what they are getting for the investment that we are making. So by being able to try things temporarily, which would be enabled by this, it gives us and our communities the opportunity to see what might work and what might not. And yes, there have been good and bad attempts at this, and I appreciate the candour of the report, but in every case we've learned things that we didn't know before, and don't conflate unpopular with unsuccessful. Certainly they have been unpopular, but I don't agree that they have all been universally unsuccessful, and Councillor Raddick gave us a fine example of a trial intervention of a roundabout in St Clair that has been made permanent as a result of the work that we've done, rather than going out and building it in the first instance and then seeing if it works and then having to dig it up and fix it. So what this means is that our longer term decisions then are better informed, and how could we be opposed to making better informed long-term decisions? This gives us more opportunities, as has been said, to engage with our communities differently, and as is pointed out in the paper, it is governed by our own significance and engagement policies, which sets out how we go about getting feedback from our community on the decisions that we make, which is to say none of this is compulsory, regardless of the fear-mongering that we've seen in this room today. The decision as to whether or not we proceed with any of these tools or not would be entirely up to us. And I do want to just add quickly, because it has been lost in the noise, because the headlines are predictable, but I think it's welcome the specific feedback that has been sought and given by our staff with regard to how we manage the school run. And I think the desire for those responses to be community-led and to be led by those school communities, thinking about how we can manage safety at the school drop-off and school pick-up times are welcome, and I hope that those are taken advantage of as and when this comes into effect. Councillor O'Malley, your right of reply.
Thank you, Worship. I'll start off by reminding everybody that we aren't writing the consultation document, we're replying to the consultation document. This is Waka Kotahi's reaching out to us to say, what do you think? So I guess we have an option. We either agree that what we've said is what we think, or we're going to vote against it. But Waka Kotahi is going to do what it's going to do, whether we submit to them or not. It is true. If you don't have a trial of anything that's complex, then what you're going to get is design and construction without warning. People are going to have to go off a document they looked at, and they're going to have to put that in their head, and we're just going to say yes or no, and then off we go and build it. With a trial, you get a sense of how's this going to feel. And all this is doing is saying, yes, we're giving you more freedom to do that kind of thing as part of your consultation process. And I guess what I'm getting is, just because we've been given more enabling activity doesn't mean we're going to suddenly crank it to the max and use every maximum thing given to us without talking to the population and basically do let them eat cake kind of attitude. Because you know where that goes. It ends up in the middle of the Octagon with a very sharp edge. And so you can't get away with not consulting. And it's not our intention of not consulting. This is basically saying getting rid of some old rules that have made that behaviour really difficult to do. And I would remind everybody too that after the Octagon experience, there was a lot of internal questioning on how well we had actually engaged during that time. And we agreed that we had not done the best we could, and we changed a lot of our engagement practices because of that. So we are in a different state than we were. So when you're looking back at that trial, don't forget that we learned from that trial, and one of the things we learned from that trial was engagement. Same with Mosgiel. You know, those build-outs that were built out, if they were later causing cycle heavy traffic interactions that we hadn't anticipated, well, guess how we found out? Because they were trialled, and that's people came back with that, and that affected the design. Trials are trials. They are not the final design. That's the whole point of them. And I'm always reminded of something that happened in my first year, or my first term, which was the Beaches and Reserves bylaw. And apparently nobody who owned a horse realised that we were outlawing horses on beaches till we outlawed the horses on the beaches. And then we got the design outcome that we needed in that bylaw once the affected people knew what we were actually doing. Trials play a very important role here. They actually put it in an experiential form for people to go and see and then go, you know, I agree or disagree, and that is the point of a trial. I would point out that schools were touched, and so was filtering and traffic changes. But nobody's bothered to talk about community streets, closing roads for other functions and events, and pedestrian malls, which are all changes also being consulted on, which I also am quite happy to say that the staff responded, I think, in a way that we all agree with that. This is simply trying to get rid of impediments for good interaction with communities as we do transport planning and look for transport outcomes. How you use that freedom is then dependent on each council. And it will be the ratepayer to look back at us and say, now that we've given this extra authority to act, how do we use it? And I believe we'll use it responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion by division. Thanks.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Aye. Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 10-2.
Thank you. Item 18, submission on review of the building consent system. Ms. Austin and Mr. McLeod. Taking the report as read. Very good.
Your Worship. Just the only comment is that following the councillor workshop on the 11th of August, the councillor feedback we've received has been incorporated, and an initial draft was circulated prior to this meeting, prior to these papers.
Questions? There are none. It's been moved by Councillor Benson-Pope, seconded Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to first of all thank the staff and compliment them on the lengths they went to give people opportunity for feedback, and I think the little bit of internal objection to that process we had was quite unreasonable, given poor lack of attendance by the party concerned at the workshop. The discussion about related matters, particularly about our management of the building consent system, is always a matter of contention. In fact, discussions today have twice illustrated that we, despite the best efforts and the efforts of those two staff and others that we've just had presenting this, are often not appreciated. I think we do ourselves a considerable disservice by constantly criticising our staff in that way, especially when we all have current, up-to-date information about the improvements that have been made to make sure that we fulfil our legal responsibilities in respect of appropriate building consenting. And I would ask those councillors who've done it again today to take a deep breath before they start criticising staff and our processes, because they know how much effort goes into us doing this in absolutely the best way we possibly can. I think the submission covers what I've seen that people have expressed concerns about, and I commend it to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Lord.
I think you actually had a question, but I just wasn't quick enough with my finger. But one of the things that I think about continuous improvement on page 106 of our agenda, it says continuous improvement. It says building consent authorities, BCAs, are constantly improving, continuously improving. However, other areas of the building sector are not always doing so or whatever. I'm not convinced that that's entirely the place. I have read this through, I've read it through a couple of times, and I will support it, but there are elements of it that I just feel a wee bit uncomfortable, just in terms of how good we are and how poor the rest of the industry is. But I would just like to make one comment today, and it's slightly off topic, but it's going to what was said further about building consents not being appropriate or done in the correct timelines. And I only say it because Mr McLeod's in the room, but I had a situation a few years ago where somebody rang me and said, Mike, we've got this terrible problem. We've put our building consent in 3 weeks ago to put a space heater in, not a space heater, what do you call it, a log burner. And I've just talked to the builder and he says, oh no, you'll have to wait another 3 weeks. So I thought, well, that sounds a bit tough. So I rang Mr McLeod and said, look, can you give me any details on that? And he said, well, what's the address? So I gave him the address and he said, you know, Mike, he said, that came in here today. It's stamped on the envelope. It came in at 12:30. And I said, oh, so the 3 weeks. He said, look, the builder is playing the person. So with that, he said, look, just hang on. And he had a quick look at it and he said, look, Mike, he said, you ring the people and tell them it'll be ready to be picked up at 2:30. And so that's a classic example of builders misrepresenting our society. They're doing that to plan their work effectively, and so it always looks like we're the bad boys. And that was a classic example which I remember. So yeah, but I can support this.
Thank you, Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I'd like to compliment the staff for this submission. I went through the submission expecting to find some things to ask questions about, and all I've got is a whole series of ticks beside things that I particularly like. The establishment of private BCAs, because things always ratchet home to the territorial authority ones. Lots of elements in here. The broader intent, page 104 in particular, getting the various regulatory functions working in parallel. I think we've got good constructive comments all the way through, and I think this is good useful feedback for the government as they look to refine the situation. And interesting, on page 112, a comment about that, the regional variation between BCAs, so which has been mentioned to me several times by people in the construction industry that work across different regions. And there's lots of good, useful things there. And even where there is something that is probably a bit hard to figure out, a comment has been made, well, it's hard to figure out. On page 115, when we're talking about being responsive to the Treaty of Waitangi, because it's hard to know what that might look like, but however, we've got a comment in there to say that should be taken into account. The DCC also suggests that MB take a lead role in creating a forum for discussion, collaboration and spread of best or innovative practice amongst BCAs, which would also be a significant positive development for the industry to get some uniformity across the country. And another one that I particularly like is that there's no incentive structure for building professionals to submit complete and compliant consent applications, which speaks to the point that Councillor Lord just raised, because I have heard the same complaints about consents taking a long time, and as soon as we've introduced RFIs into our reporting system, then the picture becomes far more clear in that applications are very often submitted incomplete. And so just by reporting on RFIs, then we're getting to a stage, we're moving towards a situation of clear and transparent consenting, and also that gives us a much better ability to be able to facilitate much faster consent application processing by providing checklists and so forth, so that everybody knows exactly what the picture is, and examples such as Councillor Lord just mentioned will fade away. So I think there's really good work going on within our regulatory departments, and I think this submission to government should be very useful to them. I commend them for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to concentrate on one piece of it, because I agree and I support this around the issues with the current system. And Councillor Houlihan brought up earlier when we were talking about the housing plan, about the consenting issues, and I did just want to pick up on a particular statistic that we have here about 70% of applications that the DCC receives are incomplete or require requests for further information, RFI. And I think that often people throw brickbats at the council, but sometimes they should be looking in the mirror and asking, why are these things taking so long, and making sure that they get these things right. We've got down here that MB should provide a greater role in educating providers in the building sector, and we've got quite a lot of information in here about anecdotally, designers have told us that they don't bother to check documents as the BCA will check it for me, and the council is placed in a position of risk around having to do all of this extra work, which then clogs out our systems, etc. Extends time frames, although we have been performing, I think someone brought it up about that we get reported on that nearly every month on how fast we are turning those consents over, so that's a great thing. But I did just want to really focus on that 70% of applications coming and being incorrect or needing more information about MB's role in educating the providers, and there's quite a lot weaved through that about the different roles and responsibilities that people have, and I think that does go back to the building industry, it does go back to the people that are putting their consents in, especially as their education, and not just blaming the council for slowness when we have a very firm statistic on why it's slow.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank Claire Austin and her team for putting this submission in. I think there was quite a few things in what the government was proposing that we needed to rebut, and I'm really pleased with putting this submission in, because anything that can improve consents and the process is a good positive thing in my opinion. I think there's quite a few things in here that hopefully the government will take consideration of and will action, but of course we're at the mercy of the government right now and they might not, so all of this could just not get noticed, but I think we had to do something. Now, there's been quite a few stories put out there. I hear numerous stories, like all of the rest of you, I'm sure, about some of them. I have to say, I don't hear many good stories about consents, but that's not to say there isn't some, and I'm sure there are many, but people are fast to just, quick to tell a story that perhaps doesn't highlight the most positive. But it does seem that one of the concerns that Councillor Barker raised, as well as the RFIs, and how long it takes and how many we're getting asked for at the moment. And I think part of that comes back to some of these issues raised in here as well. So let's hope we can fix some of these things. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, on a light note, I started my day with a text telling me I had a final building inspection happening tomorrow. Now, I'm not involved in a building project at the moment, and I knew where this one was coming from because I got similar text about 2 months ago. It was from the Palmerston North City Council, or District Council, or City Council, telling me I had a building inspection. Clearly a data entry error, but they were being very efficient, and I was terribly concerned that that person might miss out on their inspection, so that has been dealt with. But I know that our staff have put in all sorts of changes to streamline processes, and I want to start by saying I support the submission wholeheartedly. In fact, I gave a lot of feedback about it. And I want to acknowledge the work of the staff to improve processes, to make it more understandable for the building industry, for the designers, for the building owners. But I want to acknowledge that our public doesn't easily understand the role of the BCA. It doesn't understand our role, doesn't understand the role of MB, and it doesn't understand where that all fits in. I too have seen situations where council has been blamed for delays, and we have been presented with the figures and the improvements, and it concerns me that some around the table present quite a different picture to what, I mean, there will always be people who are not happy, that's for sure, but present a different picture to what the facts are. So this submission covers a lot of areas, and I want to highlight a couple of them. One of them is the role of MB. It is very clear to me that if you have a party that takes 18 months to reply regarding a determination, that is utterly ridiculous, and we know that's an example that we were given. MB needs to up its game. We heard that they don't, well, I have heard that they do not have technical people who are responding, and that is an issue all of its own. Obviously, we don't want to go back to a deregulated industry, but it feels to me a bit like the scales have tipped in one direction following leaky homes, and I acknowledge that it is really complex, and it's complex for those who are in the industry, the builders, the project managers, who've been involved for a very long time, are greatly experienced, and have worked in a different way in times gone by, where things have, I've often heard the expression, it stood the test of time. Well, we're in a different era now, so I believe there's a balance to redress. And so this submission really speaks to that for me. The issue of incomplete applications has been around for a while, and I know our staff have been working with the industry very closely. The 70% means there are 30% of designers and applicants who do put through their applications in a complete form. So remember that. I think that's very important. I want to also just mention the level of detail required now. The phenomenal, and it's I've mentioned in my feedback, the phenomenal amount of paperwork on any building site is quite extraordinary, and the complexity of it. So again, I think we've gone a little far in one direction. Thank you to the work on this submission. It's extensive, and we will listen to very carefully, and I know that the staff have taken into account all parties in this regard. Thank you.
Any further speakers? I just want to speak briefly in support of something that we're giving feedback on that wasn't asked for, and that is the issue around risk and liability, because I find it hard that we would be able to give feedback to MB on the building consent system without addressing the issue of risk and liability, because as we know, largely as a result of the deregulation of the 1990s, but in other such examples, it is the Building Control Authority who is the last man standing after all the private firms go bust, and it has cost local government and continues to cost local government hundreds of millions of dollars in fixing issues not of our making. And so it makes me nervous that what we are being asked for is to give feedback on, well, should we have self-certifying regimes, or should we have private, more private building control authorities, all of whom would go bust if the proverbial hits the fan, and we would be the ones who are left carrying the can for that. And I think it's referred to in the covering letter. It could have perhaps been stronger. It's certainly a significant issue for cities everywhere in local government, but in particular cities up and down the country, and is certainly exercising places like Auckland and Queenstown as they try and come to terms with being left carrying faulty developments. And so what I think would be a perverse outcome would be in trying to what it looks like is trying to increase the capacity of the system to deal with unprecedented levels of development. But I don't think it is our job to wear the risk of private and self-certified products or regimes. And it's great that it got mentioned in the covering letter for our submission, but it seems a bit like we're getting the cart before the horse, being asked for feedback on the consent system, because our appetite for all of these things, I think, will largely come down to how much of the risk we will end up wearing for any of these proposals as they go forward. So I look forward to that far more challenging debate, which has been promised to us by MB at some point as part of their building consent system review work, but thanks to staff for taking the opportunity unsolicited to shoehorn it into our feedback that we're giving on this document. Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply.
Just briefly, I think most of the areas of importance have been traversed, including the suggestion by Councillor Gary that MB may be as much the problem as it is the solution, and I think the super ministry is not without its issues because of its size and lack of agility. Just on the question of the performance of our own department, we all should bear in mind that our residents and people doing building alterations and building houses and other constructions will be the first people to complain if the activities of our staff weren't proper and all inspections weren't carried out thoroughly and professionally. And so that's the sharp edge that too many people forget. And I have to say to those of you who are still moaning about building consents, Councillor Houlihan, the delays that have been complained about anecdotally, that have been reported to me, have without exception proven to be the fault of poor or lacking information. And I would make an appeal to you, if someone whinges about the performance of our regulatory staff, particularly in this area, then please get the details. I don't want to know. Take them to the staff, take them to the chief executive, take them wherever you like, and I'm sure that you will find what I'm saying is correct. There will be exceptions, of course, but in every case, without exception, when I've asked people for details of these anecdotal whines about our staff, and Councillor Lord's one was a perfect example, it hasn't been factual. And so please bear in mind when you're talking to people and making casual statements about building consents or the performance of this authority or any of its staff, that what you're being told might not be factual, and you repeating it makes it worse. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Item 19, submission on the smoke-free environments and regulated products smoked tobacco amendment bill. Ida, welcome. Anything from you? Councillor Lord.
More a question for the meeting, but the lady that came this morning from Smoke Free and spoke, are we willing to incorporate her things that she wanted? Did she leave a record of what she wanted? Is it something we can do at this stage?
Councillor Gary has captured those and just forwarded them to us, and we will circulate them now, proposing to amend 2 paragraphs of the submission.
Thank you.
So we'll just flip those round now.
Councillor Reddick.
Similarly, it seems to me that if there was a move to reduce nicotine being the addictive ingredient in smoked and vaped products, there would be ability for those people that do find enjoyment in them to have that, but be able to escape their control at any time. So should we be including a suggestion that nicotine be removed from both of these products?
Well, I'm sure you know what I'm going to say next, Councillor. We can include in our submission whatever we like, and I don't want to put words in the mouth of the public health system, but they would argue that, and it was covered in the public forum, for it to be of any use as a cessation tool, I think things being nicotine-free would probably be counted to that as a medical option for people, but it may be useful. Councillor Gary, you're proposing to move the submission
I am,
with
those
suggested
amendments.
Those are being circulated now. Let's take questions in the meantime where they exist to, where they are about anything other than amendments, because that may have taken care of it. Here we are. Councillor Benson vote.
Partially covered by the comment you made earlier about public health softly approach to this, but I'm correct in assuming, and I hope you'll be able to help me, Ms. Wakara, that the vaping technology and the companies that manufacture vaping bits and pieces are owned largely by the tobacco industry. Is that the case? Yes. And I think, sorry, that's for a speech. I'm sorry.
Such restraint. Appreciate it. Are there other questions? I only had one, and it's about the decision-making process around location, and whether that's because an interpretation, or at least my interpretation, is that the suggestion is that it will be a conversation between the DG of Health and iwi Māori, but is there no role for local government in being involved in that conversation? Just thinking about how that would work and other related regulatory areas. We've been involved in working with our community to set up parameters for sale and distribution of various things. I can use your microphones.
Kia ora. At the moment, local government isn't included in that process. as far as the information that's been provided to us in the consultation.
And it's not really a question either. Would staff see value from a policy point of view in us being involved in a conversation around how we manage these sorts of public health outcomes?
Well, I think one of the things that we've done in responding to this submission is engage with public health and with, who have we engaged with? Whatuora and there's another one, the Health Promotion Agency. And that's been a really valuable process to start to have that conversation and have those and make those relationships. They've been really forthcoming in information and provided us with data, and they've been, and in doing that, we've also been able to start to work on updating our current policy. So, as far as developing relationships in that sector, I think it's a valuable thing for policy development.
Councillor Raddick. Councillor Elder and then Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. Just at point 12, it says here approval for a specialist vape retailer, and the retailer must be able to prove that they're either 60 or 70% of their business is vaping products. So the intention of this is to actually mean that, you know, your local grocery corner dairy cannot sell vaping products. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
By the way, I'd like to add to the amendments here by just a few words on point 6, where it says...
You write them down and send them around? That would
Yes.
be the most efficient way of doing it.
Okay.
Or send them to Ms.
Thank
Adams.
you.
Like, I think we could. Oh no, it's okay. I think we could potentially invest 5 minutes and save many more. So I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Second, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thanks. an omnibus of suggested amendments. In your own time to deal with, and I'm assuming that Councillor Gary is comfortable with these.
Very comfortable, Your
That
Worship.
is fine. Is there a seconder for this? Seconded Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Gary?
I would, Your Worship. Obviously in support of this submission and welcome the proposed changes for the health and well-being of our community. And I was delighted to hear Ms Buxton. She made the effort to come to speak to us twice, once on vaping and this time around this submission, and to include her suggestions in the submission. But it was good to hear that we got it pretty much spot on, and I would like to acknowledge staff and the work that's been done in that regard. I find it extraordinary that we're in the situation where we, while looking to reduce the dependence on tobacco, that we find we have another problem bubbling up and has been for some time with vaping. So I'm glad to see that in there, and the research on that is yet to come out, but every indication is that we're going to have other problems, which is extremely concerning. This council has taken a proactive stand in various bylaws that it's decided on, and I recall being part of those debates, and I'm proud of the work we did around outdoor dining and so forth. We can always go further. I remember at the local government conference looking at the map of councils that have done various things, and we're right up there, so that's great. This is going to take time. I was walking around a section of town recently that I hadn't been in for a while and was astonished at all of the glossy vaping shops that are popping up all over the place. And beyond the submission, it occurs to me, and I was just having a conversation with Councillor Staines, that, you know, vaping as a way of transitioning from addiction to tobacco should have been on prescription and through a chemist, really, rather than through these glossy shops. But this submission is based on research, on what the medical people think will work and what the Cancer Society think will work, and I think we've done a really good job in responding to the legislation, and I look forward to a time when we have a whole generation that are smoke-free.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to agree with the comments that Councillor Gary's made, and while I hesitate to rely at all, or too much anyway, on Dr. Internet, I do want to make a couple of comments in a moment about something that I've just discovered. However, what concerns me most about this is that I believe the public health sector has been much too softly about this issue. And really, when you consider that to escape the evils of nicotine, we're relying on a new technology developed by the tobacco companies, you'd have to wonder, wouldn't you? And I can tell you that Johns Hopkins University in their research have discovered lots of chemicals that they didn't know were in vape mixtures, including pesticides and other dangerous chemicals. So I think the speculation that there's another public health disaster coming down the track here is not just speculation, because I do know of the concern of medical professionals who are treating the results of vaping and are aghast at the lack of legal intervention or the lack of intervention around what's happening in this respect. We all know how slow we were to respond to synthetic THC and the consequences of that. We all know how well the market responds to opportunities like this, provided by the tobacco companies, our best friends of public health. And I think, while I think it's essential that we take our medical advice from medical professionals, I just do want to put this caution on the record that this problem is not going to go away, especially if we deal with it in such a soft shoe way as it's being dealt with in the advice we're getting at the moment.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I have a teenager in my house and a younger one that's not quite a teenager but coming up. And some of the stories I hear about vaping that's going on, not with my children, I hope. I always say that, don't they? Not with mine. But it could be, of course, but I don't think it is that, you know, there's real concerns, and I've said this before, but when I drive past or walk past these vaping shops, and I initially, before I knew what they were, I looked in and I thought, wow, this shop looks so cool, look at it. And it's so deliberate because they make it so it looks really funky and really cool, and it's just literally sucking them in, and it's pulling them in and getting them to be suckers, to suck on those things. And then, you know, I watched something on the Sunday program, and it was a while ago, but it talked about the really negative effects of vaping and how they get addicted to vaping and the side effects. We don't, as the lady earlier who spoke, Mrs. Buxton, was it correct, Mrs. Buxton, you know, said we don't even know what the side effects will be of vaping yet, but there's certainly looking like there's some real negative side effects to it. And okay, it might not be quite as bad as smoking, but they don't know that it could be worse, because God knows what sort of chemicals and stuff they're putting in it with the flavouring and all the sorts of things, and the stories of kids that have had vicious reactions to them. So, I mean, while I'm 100% in support of reducing or stopping smoking altogether for people, I know how hard it is to break that cycle. My granny, I sat in the hospice with her, and one of the first things she said to me as she was dying of lung cancer, "Can you take me out to the balcony so I can have a smoke?" And I'm like, oh, Granny, do you really need to? You know, and it was then, though, that I realised how addicted they are and how strong a drug it is. And it shows me that people often can't stop. Or if you look at any movies or series, particularly on Soho, I don't know whether it's what we're watching, but some of the real cool shows that you think, oh, that's great, every 5 minutes, what do? They light up a cigarette. And it's marketing, and they're obviously paying backhanders to the film producers, or probably paying straight up front-handers, who knows. But it's, you know, it's blatant marketing, and it's making it look like it's cool, and it's not cool to smoke.
Are there any speakers against the motion? In that case, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Item 20, submission on the Local Government Electoral Legislation Bill. And for colleagues' information, given signalled early departures from a couple of you, I'm going to propose that we take this agenda item and then move into non-public to deal with the non-public agenda items to enable as many people to participate in those discussions as they can. But does anybody have any questions on item 20? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the recommendations?
I've got a question.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Where it says on page 137, I'm on the right one, am I? Is that correct? Yeah. It says strengthen DCC's engagement process with the local Māori and other community residents, specifically to make Māori engagement a first position when reviewing Māori representation in local government. Could you just clarify how that's different to what we do now?
Kia ora, Councillor. So part of this bill is part of the process of establishing a Māori ward is asking councils to specifically consult with the Māori community on Māori representation, so as whether or not to have a Māori ward. The bill currently is asking councils to, it's unclear as to whether or not it's asking councils to go through a formal consultative process like we would with the 10-year plan, or whether we can tailor that consultation to suit, to suit our relationships that we have, our existing relationships we have with the Māori community. So that's what that statement is.
So when it says engagement, a first position when reviewing Māori representation, so it's talking, that's basically saying Māori ward, is that what you're meaning?
Yes.
Right. Can I ask, so if, say, a Māori ward was approved, that doesn't mean it's only mana whenua that could take those positions, does it? It's open to Matawaka as well, is that correct?
It's open to the Māori community.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So are there further questions? No. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved Councillor Benson Pope. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Any speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is agreed, and as previously indicated, and does anyone need to stay? No. For the reasons outlined on the order paper, I'll now move the meeting into non-public. Seconded Councillor Elder, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed, and I guess we will also adjourn for 5 minutes to enable the relevant processes. The Electoral Amendment Bill. Ms. Weekhider, welcome. No opening comments. Are there any questions? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved Councillor Hall, seconded Councillor Gary. It's late, I just spelt that with 3 L's for some reason. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Any speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Just quickly to note that while there's been significant improvement about donations and other such things, I'm not clear to the extent to which there has been any attempt to regulate the upper limit of spend. And I think that in some respects that probably would be a more democratic thing to do, but I have a feeling that the major parties were not that enthusiastic to do it.
Further speakers? Your right of reply, Councillor. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 22, the financial result. Mr. Logie. Any comments?
Nope, we're happy to take questions.
Questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Could you speak, Mr. Logie, to the point made on page 147 around the unbudgeted decrease in the valuation of the investment properties? Just around that decrease.
So the overall portfolio went up by 11.6 million, but for accounting purposes we need to split the properties that go up from the properties that go down. So the property that went down, the majority of it is Wall Street, and it's just a reflection of probably the valuer's view on retail premises.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Bishop. I have 2 questions. One, I just wanted to clarify a definition on page 160 about the Central City project. When it says running ahead of budget, is that about actually on budget but faster than expected?
Correct.
That's cool, not over budget. My other question was just around where do our attractions sit, Toitu, Art Gallery, Ulverston, etc. When I was looking through the comments from the group activities versus favourable versus unfavourable, and I just wanted to know if the expected income had been more or less over that year period. It wasn't in the report.
Again, when we write the comments, we just focus on the areas where there's clearly the overall result is different to budget. So in terms of those, if we go to probably page 154, so the galleries and museums overall were unfavourable to budget, but it's primarily driven by that depreciation number. So again, there's nothing substantive to comment on.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Gary.
Yeah, 2 more quick questions. I'm not sure if you can answer this. Page 156 around the drop-off and sales of plastic refuge bags. Can we dive any deeper into that at all? Do you have any extra information on that at all? No, okay, that's fine. And my other one, forgive me, page 160, the vehicle expected to be completed, this is the EV Mobile Library, end of August. It's the end of August now, so I'm champing at the bit to know when we can see it. Do you have that information, or is that
I know it's fairly well advanced. Yes. We have got 1 day left, but I don't think it's getting delivered tomorrow, so it'll probably be now. We'll be September.
Just have to be patient. Thank you.
Someone like to move that the paper be noted. Moved Councillor Lord, seconded Councillor Barker. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I guess what I am really pleased to see in this, and I think it's the first year we've gone anything like spending our capex. I think what's significant is not just the fact that we've spent the percentage of it as 98.9% or something like that, but it is also the quantum of it. It's actually $148 million. I haven't got the figure in front of me now, I'm going to tell a lie. 148 circa.
143. Yeah. 143.
143. I mean, it's a significant spend, and it's what people ask for. And I sit there and I think about people going out at this time of year and electing. I see people on Facebook saying we're going to hold rates. I think that's an unlikely thing that's going to be happening if people want to see our city go forward. While our CapEx program is debt funded and it's done for the reason that it's an intergenerational payment, we can't have one particular set of ratepayers paying for all of it. I just think it's really quite amazing. The 9 years I've been here, I think when I came on this council, we were perhaps in a standoff where we'd had such a big spend on the stadium and people were trying to hold the costs, and yet we realised a few years later that you can't actually hold the costs. You do have to keep doing work and you do have to keep spending. And over the last 2 to 3 years, we've had increases of staff, and people say, why do you need more staff? Why do you need more staff? Well, the reason you need more staff is because we're doing more work, and we need to prepare bigger bodies of work to go out to the tenderers, and I just think that this is a pretty good result, so I'm very happy with this.
Councillor, further speakers? Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the CapEx spend. I think it's extraordinary, really, and it speaks to the staff to get stuff done, the leadership of our CEO to get stuff done, and the staff that we have in place with their expertise to carry that out. It's also delightful for me to read through this and see some of the projects, and I mentioned just as one small example, the EV bus. Great to see that popping up in here, the money spent on that, money extremely well spent. So things coming to fruition that our community has asked for and that we are delivering on, and I concur with Councillor Lord around those contradictions, really, in the community and perhaps lack of understanding. People have asked us to spend money in infrastructure, and we are, and this is the proof of it. So thank you to all involved.
Further speakers? Councillor Lord, your right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 23, the Waipori Fund. Are there any questions that aren't asking Mr. Logie to speculate on the future performance of the... that's a common trope. Councillor Hall.
How's the Waipori Fund looking into the future? Can you predict it? Because it's not looking good in the past.
I can tell you that there was a 3% rebound in the month of July. But again, talking to Mr. Davey this morning, the Dow Jones took a bit of a hit last week, I think. So there is still a degree of market volatility.
That was one of the reasons I asked that question on that money from the sale.
Further questions? Councillor Elder.
Just looking at the bottom graph on page 3, returns annualised, the Waipori line sits above the official cash rate and the CPI. So one could assume from that that fund is actually performing better than the average.
Again,
in the circumstances.
Just a reminder to councillors, this is a long-term fund, so you're obviously going to have fluctuations in certain years, positive and negative.
Short-term performance is measured against benchmark, and that is in the papers. Are there further questions? No. Would someone like to move that the paper be noted? Move Councillor Lord. Is there a second? A second, Councillor Barker. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Only to say that the recent years when we have had falls, it's quite interesting to note that it's never been as bad as the benchmark. So we obviously have got pretty good spread. So that's good.
I'll resist. Further speakers? I will put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 24, approval to grant drainage easement over part of Ocean Grove local purpose, open brackets, coastal protection, close brackets, reserve. Mr. Graham? Mr. Drew? Anything by way of opening from either of you gentlemen? Or are you taking the paper as read?
Happy to take it as read and answer questions.
Perfect. Are there questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
So from what I read, this accommodation has been come to because there's no capacity to drain directly into the Tomahawk Lagoon. So
That's correct.
best alternative.
Yes, so there were 5 solutions put forward to the developer, and this is one of the preferred that they've adopted.
Okay.
Councillor O'Malley.
More or less follow up to that one. Other cities are using sports grounds and other such things as stormwater management. Is this consistent with that approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moved Councillor Benson-Pope. There is seconded Councillor Elder. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers, or speakers full stop? There are none. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 25, road declarations. Tay Street Service Lane, Mosgiel and Gloucester Street, Dunedin.
Happy to take questions.
Perfect. Appear to be none, but it's a fine day for your Fitbit, Mr. Drew. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Lord, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 26, concession licence for the Palmerston Waikouaiti Clay Target Club Incorporated. Mr. Graham, welcome back. Any comments from you? No. And nothing from Ms. Graham, whose name is also on this. Questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Risha. I just want to ask a question around the public notification requirements, and I see that there was just a notice in the Otago Daily Times, and I wonder if we're moving with the times, not the Otago Daily Times, but using other forms of notification.
I was just checking I had the right button here. The Act itself says that we use a major news distribution network, so ODT is traditional. Yep.
No questions. To move, recommendations or otherwise. Moved Councillor Lord, seconded Councillor Barker. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Not really. No, I'm happy. Appropriate use to let them keep going in the same place they've always worked.
And yet you did after all. Are there further speakers?
And what have I to reply though?
Being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. The penultimate item, proposed event road closures for September to November 2022. Mr. Drew, welcome back. Are there any questions of the proposed road closures? Councillor Barker.
I just have one question around the submission that we put forward earlier about the enabling streets, and I forgot to bring it up at the time. If the enabling streets stuff goes through, will we have to do all of this proposed event road closures regulatory stuff through council each month, or would that be more flexible?
We are hoping for it to be more flexible. In our submission, we have asked for road closures, some of them to be delegated to staff.
Councillor Gary.
Happy to move.
Seconded by Councillor Hall. From what I could hear, would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Any speakers? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Item 28. On item 28, Councillor, which is notice of motion in my name, which I have moved, but I would welcome a second to full. Seconded, Councillor Gary, thank you. And I know that it's been a long day. Thank you for your stamina. For those who didn't have the pleasure of participating in the local alcohol policy process, I thought it might be useful to give a brief summary of how that worked. We were given the responsibility and the opportunity under the Sale and Supply of Liquor Act to reduce alcohol-related harm in our communities. It was near enough a hearings panel of full council. We received thousands of submissions, lest anybody think that young people are never engaged in the civic process, and certainly some of them were drafted late of an evening if the illustrations that were attached to them were anything to go by, but nevertheless a significant amount of local interest, a full week of public hearings. Ultimately, Council decided to try a few things differently, mainly to limit the hours of operation for off-licences in the city and to limit the density of off-licences in parts of the city. This was then appealed by the retailers to ALA, who ruled in their favour, and this is the best bit. Their reasons for upholding the appeal was that we didn't have any evidence that could defend the fact that anything we did that was different would reduce alcohol-related harm, which effectively means that because we've never done it before, we can't prove that it'll work, so they'll never let us do anything differently, and so why would you bother trying to use the powers that you have? And there's a reason that the LAP, under the framework as it currently exists, hasn't been reviewed. That would have been really good to know at the front end of the process, that we were never going to get away with trying anything differently. So what this bill, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Harm Minimisation Amendment Bill, does is remove the special appeals process. People will still have recourse through judicial review to challenge the decisions that are made, and it would still be required to be reviewed by council at no less frequently than every 6 years. And essentially that brings it into line with other regulatory bylaws that we have. Can you imagine if the dog control bylaw was able to be appealed by submitters to that, some kind of national dog control body that then made those decisions ultimately for us? It would be a nightmare, but that's essentially the situation we've been left in with the LAP process as it stands. All of us here, I think, are concerned with the shift towards centralisation of decision making in this country. All this is doing is seeking to claw back some of that and put the decision making capacity back into our communities, and it's received significant support from other territorial authorities. It was backed by Auckland Council unanimously, Christchurch City, Whanganui, Hauraki, Palmerston North, Gisborne, New Plymouth and Waipa have all come out in support of this so far, and are calling on the parliamentary parties to support it through to the select committee stage. And for those who aren't familiar with the parliamentary process, essentially a private member's bill like this gets put up by a member, but it requires the support of a majority of the House to go through to the select committee stage, at which point our community and expert witnesses and others are able to make submissions, as we so often do in this meeting, and refine and reshape that legislation, that bill, as it passes through. I appreciate that the ban on advertising in broadcast sport is more contentious than that. but it is worth noting that it doesn't cover and wouldn't affect grassroots sport because it isn't broadcast on television, and nor does it cover international sporting events that are held in New Zealand if it's a touring circuit, and nor does it capture bars or restaurants sponsorship. And inevitably there will be concern around where that money might come from to replace the sponsorship opportunities that would be lost. But I think we can have that separate conversation about the adequacy or otherwise of funding. But much like our position as a council on pokie machines, we should start from a principle of harm reduction. And I think that's what this seeks to do. And the liquor lobby will tell you that advertising spends are at an all-time high and consumption is trending down, and therefore there is no link between the advertising of those businesses and the consumption patterns of our community. But I think really this is about, as much as anything, it's about stopping or preventing the opportunity for them to grow future markets. And it's quite weird watching this play out in real time. My son is 6 and he loves sports, and now he can read, and he insists on reading absolutely everything out loud at the moment, including all of the logos that, and corporate or otherwise, that appear on the TV screen. He gets very excited about Wendy's when we're watching the Warriors, and it's something that we kind of know, but seeing that happen and seeing the positive connections and positive associations that are built into young people from an early age when they see their heroes on television is quite terrifying, actually, and certainly worth us doing something about. So I'm not. I could have asked council to support the bill as drafted. I think really all I'm asking for is support for it to go through to the select committee stage, which would allow our community to have the opportunity to have this debate, which is long overdue. And I thank people for their indulging me in this debate late in the afternoon, and would welcome the support of council for this today. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Do you think this would have any impact if, say, a couple of new student bars wanted to open in the student area? Do you see this hindering that in any way? And the reason why I raised that, and you'll probably be aware of this anyway, is there's been quite a bit of concern from students and other people about the number of parties there are in a flat, and there's lack of legislation, lack of any sort of regulation in a flat, and of course the risk of overcrowding and, well, in the worst case scenario, death.
We're in debate, councillor. So are you speaking to the motion?
Oh, okay. So, well, I was asking a question, but I can't ask a question, right?
You can ask questions in debate, and I'll respond to them.
We didn't have a question time.
No, because there are no staff to ask questions of.
So you can't answer it?
I will in my right of reply.
Right.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to reassure my colleague that the Mayor spoke eloquently about that very matter at the Sophia Charter at the last meeting. And I'm very happy to support this. And there's two parts, two reasons why. The words harm minimisation and the wording to allow our community the opportunity to participate in the debate. And I recall the lap debacle. It just seemed nonsensical, really. And we know we know about the harm that alcohol causes. We have very few tools to deal with it, and certainly when I have attended the Sophia Charter meetings, in terms of our student population, being able to put some tools in place, and I'm not talking about punitive things, I'm talking about the kinds of initiatives that Councillor Houlihan raised, having those conversations and the part that sponsorship plays, and I'm alarmed to hear what the Mayor has just described about his child and that making that connection. I find that very troubling, and I always have found that troubling, the connection between sporting heroes and alcohol. However, those kinds of decisions are not for now. All we're deciding to do is give the opportunity to have a conversation about this, and it's a conversation long overdue. So I would urge you to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I'm pleased to see this notice of motion here. Strange coincidence, I'm off to dinner tonight to meet an old high school friend of mine who is a medical doctor up in Tauranga who works extensively with substance abuse patients, and he had approached me, and I'd forward that stuff on to Councillor Benson Pope, specifically over this bill from the Alcohol Health Watch organisation. So this is otherwise known as the Chloe Swarbrick bill, I guess it's some more colloquially known. I think it goes on to address a lot of the issues that affected our ability to actually develop local alcohol policies correctly, and I feel I just want to reach out to say to her that this is a brave thing to do, considering the major parties could have done something about this a long time ago, but are up against strong lobby groups who are, as you've just sort of went through each of the individual arguments, got a series of arguments that they will bring against as to why we shouldn't be doing this. But in fact, if we don't get some of these rules changed, we cannot develop appropriate local responses, and that's what this bill seeks to largely address. So I'm very much supporting, and thank you very much for putting it up.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I do support this, and I think that it's really important, as you said, about seeking localism in decision making. And also Councillor O'Malley's comments around substance abuse, and we've talked about smoking and vaping and drinking today. I just did want to bring up our own naming rights and sponsorship policy, and we've discussed this in the grants subcommittee when we are allocating grants towards something that might have sponsorship, be it sports sponsorship by an alcohol company. And I also noticed in our own eyesight window that we had a local brewery for about a month. So we really do need to do our own work, our own homework, I think, before we... no, it's great to see the national stuff going on, but I do want to flag that we haven't got a date for doing our naming rights and sponsorship policy, and I think that's really important that we also get our own house in order while we are saying that these things are really important to our community. So I thoroughly support this.
Further speakers? Nothing in response, but I will put the vote by division. Thanks.
Are you going? You were going to reply?
Oh, I mean, I could, but I don't have to. I will, because we haven't done this. It wouldn't have any. This wouldn't, in and of itself, have any impact on whether someone could establish a licensed premise or not. What it's looking to do is giving us the power to decide where we want to locate or how we use licensing, basically, to reduce alcohol-related harm. The focus when we went through the LAP process was on off-licence sales, because the feedback we were getting was that, and it makes sense, that people are safer to be socialising in supervised environments, and so incentivising that seemed like a sensible thing to do, as opposed to off licences where as soon as people leave the premises they are no longer the responsibility of the people who have made the money from selling them that product. So that isn't to say that it would be irrelevant, but the legislation or the amendment bill looks to basically let us as a community make our own decisions without being taken to court at significant cost to defend them against retailers and wholesalers and the liquor industry. Apologies. We'll put the vote by division.
Councillor Barker. Aye. Councillor Benson Pope. Aye. Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Your Worship. Aye. Carried unanimously.
Time of death for the meeting is 4:24. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and endurance when others have fallen by the wayside.